கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கனமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனலும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிரமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, everybody. Esteemed speakers, Sri Sridhar Ramanujam and Mr. S. Selvasundaran sir. On the dais, Mr. Adarsh Chandranigam and Dr. Suresh Paul Antony in their absentia, respected CEO, distinguished guests, participants from other institutions, dear colleagues and GSBNs. It's with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I extend my warm welcome to each and every one of you to this significant talking shop marketing conclave on adapting to changing landscape in marketing. Today, we gather here amidst of backdrop of rapid technological advancements, shifting consumer behaviors and dynamic market trends to dwell into the intricacies of navigating the evolving terrain of marketing. Let us not view change as a threat, but rather as a catalyst for innovation and progress. In the digital age characterized by unprecedented connectivity and constant innovation, the marketing landscape is undergoing a profound transformation. Traditional marketing strategies are being redefined, giving way to more agile and adaptive approaches. As marketers, it is imperative for us to not only recognize those changes, but also embrace them with a forward-thinking mindset. Over the course of this conclave, we are privileged to have the opportunity to give valuable insights and exchange perspectives with some of the brightest minds in the field of marketing. Our esteemed panel of speakers comprise industry experts, thought leaders, and innovators who will share their expertise, experiences, and strategies for thriving in an ever-evolving marketing ecosystem. As we embark on this journey of exploration and discovery, let us seize this opportunity for challenge conventional wisdom and chart a course towards sustainable growth and success. I am confident that this conclave will serve as a platform for collaboration, inspiration, and actionable insights that will empower each one of us to navigate the dynamic landscape of marketing with confidence and resilience. I take this opportunity to thank our CEO for giving me this chance of organizing with all necessary supports. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of GSB and my own behalf, once again I extend my warm welcome to the Talking Shop Marketing Conclave on adapting to changing landscape in marketing. Thank you. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Your brand is what other people say when you're not in the room, says Jeff Bezos. Good morning to one and all present here. I wholeheartedly welcome Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam, one of the architects of Gnanam School of Business in the initial stage to this campus. Once again, welcome you, sir, to GSB. The idea of marketing shifted from mass production to specialization, and then in today's scenario, from customization to experientialization. It is 15 years since GSB's inception today. Gnanam School of Business is a well-respected brand in the business school circuit with its vision, mission, and values in its place, and with a strategic direction towards a bright future. And one of the major reason for it is Brandcom and its founder, Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam, who is present with us today. At this outset, it gives me immense pleasure also in rejuvenating our flagship event, Talking Shop, which we last conducted in the year 2010, again into this campus. It is my great privilege in welcoming Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam, founder and CEO, Integrated Brandcom Private Limited, Bangalore, as one of our guests for this marketing conclave. Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam is a coveted professional with rich and academic and industry background. He is a highly sought after consultant, academician, advisor, and a think tank in the field of marketing, marketing strategy, corporate communication, and digital marketing. And also, it gives me immense happiness to share information that it is Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam and his firm, Integrated Brandcom, who is a chief architect who drafted the blueprint of Gnanam School of Business as a brand in its inception stage. With his lofty ideals, guidance, detailing, GSB has strong footprints with reference to core beliefs, vision, and valuable convictions to deliver its management education to the student community. Respected sir, I accord my warm welcome to you to the portals of GSB once again, and taking your stellar time and enriching us with your domain expertise in the current scenario. I also welcome Mr. Selva Sundaram, content marketer Zoho, for being with us today, who will be enriching us on the second session. And I welcome each one of the students who has come from other management institutions and our own Demings and Pralads of GSB into the institution. And well, I hope you'll have a day full of rich experience in marketing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's time to honor our guest. I request Dr. SPS Aruldas, CEO GSB, to felicitate Sridhar Ramanujam.
Good morning to one and all present here. I hereby present the profile of Sridhar Ramanujam, founder and CEO, Integrated Brandcom Private Limited. He has completed his master degree in economics with Loyola College in Chennai. He has completed his PGDM from the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, in the year 1982. He has served as an executive vice president with the reputed Mudra Communication in a successful manner, after which he has served as a CEO with Parthiba Advertising. In continuation of his enrichment of profile, moved as a executive director with RK Swami BBDO. As a key milestone of his career, he has founded his own organization and acted as the CEO of Integrated Brandcom Private Limited since 1998. He worked meticulously to expand Integrated Brandcom with 7 working offices with pan-Indian presence. The company handles projects on brands, marketing, corporate communication, marketing strategy, and digital marketing to various blue chips companies in both India and abroad. He has got a stellar reputation and respected as a think tank in this field who offers tailor-made solution to the companies according to their expectations. Not just an industry expert, he shines like a sun. He is also actively engaged in sharing his knowledge with student community as a visiting faculty, to name a few: IIM Bengaluru, IIM Visakhapatnam, etc. It's a pride and privilege to have a guest of such a caliber amongst us to share his thoughts and experience. Respected sir, welcome to the portals of GSB.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here at Gnanam School of Management, Tanjavur, a school with which I had a lot of association in the past. In fact, I've taught some of your seniors. So I thank Arul for giving me this opportunity to renew my acquaintance with the school that I like and admire. An additional benefit for me is that I come to Tanjavur. My mother was born in Kumbakonam, which you know is not very far from here. And my wife belongs to a place called Kalyanapuram, which is probably 9 to 10 kilometers from here. So for me, it's an opportunity to reconnect with my past in more ways than one. Thanks, Arul, for the opportunity. The brief which was given to me was very comprehensive. Maybe I should say too complex, with a number of words that I was not very familiar with. The problem with people in advertising is that you ask them to speak on one subject and they will say something completely different. So I am not different from them, so I'm going to say something perhaps which is completely opposite to whatever is being said here. Instead of talking about current things and all the innovations and the new technological gizmos that we are talking about, I'm going to talk about something which is as old as the wonderful temple we have in this place, and which is everlasting. What I call the everlasting principles of marketing. However much things may change, however much it may be driven by technology, will still revolve around one important constituent, and that constituent is the consumer. So today we are going to talk about the consumer, but before that, I want to talk about this institution which has been built and is doing well simply because of the passion of both Arul and his father towards education. And this is the point I would like to first make to each and every one of you who are on the threshold of a career. If you want to succeed in life, whether in marketing or in anything that you want to do, the most important characteristic or quality that you need to develop is a passion or liking for what you're going to do. Unfortunately, when you're in college, you are not sure what is the sort of job that you will like, because you are doing multiple subjects. In management school, they teach you production, they teach you operations, they teach you logistics, they teach you a whole lot of things. So the important thing is to speak to your seniors, speak to your faculty, speak to guest faculty when they come to teach you about various industries. Also, use the internship with great care, because that is an opportunity for you to understand whether you like the industry, whether this is the sort of thing that you want to spend your lifetime in. I started working on the 10th of December 1973. Most of you in the room were not even born then. Probably your parents were. And if I'm able to talk to you about careers and things like that after 51 years of working, it's simply because of one reason. I really like and love what I'm doing. And I think that's a very important point that I would like to reiterate with you. Bob Dylan, a singer of my time, said that if you get up in the morning and go to sleep at night, and in between do what you like, consider yourself a successful man. So if you're successful, if you do what you like, the challenge is finding what you like and staying with it. So just apply your mind to this, because this is perhaps one of the most important decisions that we have to take. I was on the counseling of ISB, a business school that some of you may know, and there were so many people who were worked for 8 years, 10 years in coding, earning a lot of money, coming to ISB just to get a shift to marketing. So I think this choice of career, choice of the industry that you're working in is very important, and you have to apply your mind very seriously to this. Arul likes the field of education, I like the field of advertising and communication, and I'm sure you will find what you like in your career which will take you to the real top. So I wish you all great success in your endeavors in studies and future work. Having said that, let's come back to the topic at hand, which is marketing. If there are no consumers, there are no brands, there are no markets, and there are no companies that will give you jobs. So please understand that the job of marketing, as you already know, is to create customers. And that is really what you're going to talk about today to a brief extent for whatever 20 minutes so. So what is the first thing that we need to do if we are going to be successful in marketing? The first thing we need to do is to know the consumer. If I'm able to market to you successfully, I must know you. Let's say that I have to talk to somebody from Thanjavur. What should be the first thing that I should know? Tamil pesno, right? I should know something about his background. I should know something about his culture. I should know something about his religion. I should know something about his beliefs. The more I know about the consumer, the greater are my chances of success. And it's obvious, simple. This is what we call as simple common sense, but unfortunately it's extremely uncommon. So this is what we call as the blinding flash of the obvious. Somehow in life we miss the obvious things and get into more complex, more even controversial things. But if we study the customer, if we are immersed in the customer, if we only think about what she needs, we are going to be far more successful as professionals and as companies. So I spoke to you about this village called Kalyanapuram, which is on the outskirts of Tanjavur. I used to go there every few years. And there is a small shopkeeper there. There are very few customers, so he knows each one of the shop customers intimately. So when I go and sit in the shop and order something, he will say, how's your second son's eye allergy? No, I don't remember that he had an eye allergy, but last year when we came, he had an eye allergy. So this is a very simple example that I want to give you of how can you, today we have technology, how can I marry this interest in the consumer with technology? I have I have database. I know a lot about my customers. I know when they buy. I know what they buy. I know how much they buy. How can I use this information effectively to keep engaging with the customer? We spoke about customer experience. What is customer experience? It is making the customer feel good about dealing with you. It is making the customer feel reassured that he or she has made the right choice. And with the information and technology that we have today at our fingertips, how do I use that to a greater extent? So this is what I call as the human side of enterprise or the human side of marketing is extremely important. And if I harness the technology which is already available to me, and if I can enhance the customer experience, then I'm really doing a great job. And that's really what our focus should be. Let me also give you another example. As I'm a slightly oldish person, I'm going to give you some old examples, but I still believe they are as relevant today as they were when they first said. Several years ago, I think this was before we had credit cards and all to such a large extent, one of my relatives had to be hospitalized. And it was a fairly big pharmacy in Bangalore, and we admitted him to a hospital nearby. And I was not carrying enough cash. The bill was some 276 rupees or something at that time. So I went and told that pharmacy guy at 11 o'clock in the night, because it was one of the few pharmacies that was open, I'm sorry, I don't have money, or can I give you tomorrow? He said, but don't even worry, you take it and whatever. Next day the patient got better. I went to get some additional medicines to the same pharmacy, and I paid him the money which I was to pay him the previous evening. And can you guess what was his first question? He asked, how's the patient? So I think this is a very simple thing, but yet not so obvious. I'll just give you an example. Many of us are at work. I'm the supervisor. One colleague comes and says, my wife has to be hospitalized. I'm taking leave for 3 days. I said, fine, go ahead. When he comes back after 3 days, I shouldn't ask him what happened to that meal, but ask him first question should be, how's your wife? I think this is all old world and may or may not, strike a chord with some of you, but I think this is a very, very important situation that I keep reiterating, that the human side of enterprise, the human side of marketing is going to become increasingly important in a world which is becoming less and less human. I'm sorry, I'm exaggerating. But for example, one of the biggest challenges that we are having in work from home is that there is not enough bonding with people. Earlier we used to have, thank God it's Fridays, somebody's birthday, somebody's work anniversary. Now, as less and less people keep coming to work, the human interaction is completely reduced and everything is becoming WhatsApp. So what is happening with my relationship with my employer is purely transactional. There's no emotion. Whereas in the earlier case, if I worked with somebody for 5 years, I had a personal bonding with the supervisor, with the team. And one of the reasons why people stay in companies is because they have a good bonding with their team. They have good bonding, they have a good friend circle. So I think this is one of the aspects that you got to keep remembering, both at the workplace and in relationships with customers. So I think this human side is very, very important. we spoke about technology. So we have something called direct marketing or response marketing, which you're all familiar with. They call you, they mail you, they remind you about your birthday, they remind you about your wedding anniversary, they say you haven't come to the store for a long time. So I used to be a first citizen of a very large retail chain, and they had a CRM system which I think they sort of gave it to somebody who was actually quite efficient. So they would send me a card saying, Mr. Sridhar, your birthday, your wedding anniversary, we haven't seen you in the store. When are you next going to visit us? So you naturally feel very thrilled that somebody actually remembers you and they keep reminding you and asking you to come. But unfortunately, what used to happen was every one of those letters would be addressed to Mr. Sridhar Raitanujam. Okay, my name is Ramanujam. Unfortunately, it's not an easy name to write or pronounce, but they would write, Dear Mr. Raitanujam, your birthday is around the corner, whatever. And finally, the mail which got my goat was, they said, please send 3 suggestions to improve our service. So I said, suggestion number 1, spell my name right. Suggestion number 2, spell my name right. Suggestion number 3, spell my name right. After that, they haven't written to me. But I think the important thing, as my friend Bhaskar Bhatt, who used to be the MD of Titan, said, Sridhar, they know that you like curd. Curd, is Raita. So they changed your name to Raitanujam. So that's how things happen. But again, I'm saying in marketing, we spend a lot of time in strategy. Everybody wants to work in strategy. If you ask any student, where do you want to work? They'll say strategy. But the last mile or the execution is the most important part of marketing. So, for example, Mr. Narayan Murthy, who is very well known as the chairman of Infosys, used to make a very important comment. You come in an international flight, everything is okay, the service of the plane was fantastic, and finally, it takes 45 minutes for your baggage to come. So the entire experience of a 10-hour travel, which was beautifully done with a fantastic service, everything got wiped out because the last impression is the lasting impression. Many of you are familiar with the first impression being the best impression, but in service, in experience, the last impression is the lasting impression. So everything that you did just went, for a toss because somebody could not deliver the final experience when you were leaving the airport and you were coming into the country. For example, today many things have changed. The immigration is privatized. So earlier what used to take half an hour now takes 3 minutes. So many improvements are there. But what is happening with us is our expectations are also, rising by the moment. For example, I'm sure Arul's staff in the hotel would know that they may be charging 3-star, but the expectation will be 7-star. Because, I have gone somewhere else. Like, for example, because I get very good service, say, in the airport counter, I expect the same in a small barber shop. Is it reasonable? But unfortunately, customers are like that. So you got to constantly monitor what expectations are, and managing expectations is becoming more and more important in service business because really your customer being taken care of is really managing expectations. So we are talking about knowing about the customer, and so one of the biggest, most lasting concepts is something called a consumer insight. Now, what is a consumer insight? A consumer insight is observation of the customer. Unfortunately, many of us see but don't observe. Many of us hear but don't listen. So many things the customer is telling us, but we are not able to listen. So I'm going to tell you another old story from my marketing days. There is still a brand called Pond's Dream Flower Talc. I think some of you might have used it because in Tamil Nadu with the perspiration and the heat, it was one of India's largest selling brands. It's still one of India's largest selling brands, and Tamil Nadu is one of the largest markets. And it had different uses. My mother, for example, would daily apply it on my face in the hope that I would become fair, but it never happened. And this was before the Fair and Lovely days. So Pond's, which was the best marketing company of that time, later merged with Hindustan Lever, had this big successful product called Pond's Dream Flower Talc. They said, why don't we bring out a toothpaste with the same name. Because Pond's has got tremendous equity in the marketplace, it will do really well. And they launched Pond's toothpaste with great fanfare in Tamil Nadu. And it was the biggest flop that marketing had seen till that time. And they were very confused because they were all hotshot marketing guys, all MBAs from various IIMs and all that, and said, how can we fail? I mean, we are the best marketing company. So they did a focus group. I'm sure if you've done market research, you'll know a focus group is a group of people who are likely to be your customers, who are sitting in a closed room like a hotel and talking about your product or usage. So this I'm going to say in Tamil because it's far more effective. So they did it in Mylapore, which was a very important part of Tamil Nadu, and they had a lot of mommies who were typical customers who are 45 years old, 2 children, affluent, taking decisions like this. So they asked, why didn't you buy the product? So the lady said, Kashkatla podradha thuki vaila poda solranga, who will do it? So I'll translate that for you. Powder you normally put under your armpits, and with the same name you're asking me to use it in my mouth. So I think this is a very obvious thing, but the great marketing experts did not realize it because they have not talked to customers. Like for example, if you've seen a product like Amurtanjan, you know that the tremendous smell it has. Will you put it in your mouth? You will not. So if they came out with a product which has something which is oral, how will it succeed? So I think these are obvious things. Again and again I'm talking about obvious things, but it doesn't work. So I think that's the key thing. Keep talking to your customer, keep observing what he or she is saying and learn from it. And finally, Arul spoke briefly about it. This whole thing about marketing revolves around brands. Brands are the ultimate source of wealth. It's not the factory you have, it's not the number of people you have, but the brand. So we know that Coca-Cola might have plants all over the world, but what it succeeds is in having some colored water and a formulation which is done in Atlanta, which still sells in Tanjore as well. Apple is a product for which people are willing to pay a tremendous premium. It's the most profitable company in the world. For often it was the most valuable brand in the world. So I think the brand, as Arul rightly said, is what people talk about you when you're not in the room. So how do you build a reputation? Many people think a brand is identity, a brand is a logo, a brand is advertising. A brand is this and all of these things. A brand is everything that you do. So I think successful companies have realized this. And why do some brands like Coca-Cola, which have been around for 100 years, still succeed? Or why do a brand like Apple, which is over 50 years, still succeeds? It's because they're relevant still, and they're very, very different from their competition. There is something unique about them which makes people keep buying them. So, which leads me to the final point that I want to make, that each and every one of you sitting in this room actually has the capability to be a personal brand. Today, when I was young, I wanted to make a reputation for myself as somebody who was an expert in branding. It was not easy because there was only one business line. So I would write an article every 15 days, mail it to my customers. It was a very arduous process. Today, thanks to the internet, thanks to things like Insta and LinkedIn, it's easy for you to build a reputation. For example, if there are 80 students, 120 students in your batch, or 60 students in your class, why should somebody take you and not somebody else? So this is where we talk about a competitive advantage and how you can stand out from the crowd. So for example, if you write a nice post, let's say you want to work for Zoho, you write a nice post about the company, you get the attention of their people. You have to be seen as an expert in whatever your area of you have chosen. It could be logistics, it could be marketing, it could be consumer research. Whatever it is, you choose your field. You try to be different. Be careful in your communication. The other thing I keep telling my children is that they use 4-letter words, etc. in posts. Companies, the large companies, check your private accounts for language beliefs, etc. So please be very careful that whatever you're posting in the public domain is a reflection of you. So if you're very clear, you have a strategy, like brands have a strategy, then you as an individual must have your own strategy of how you want to project yourself to the world. You are the brand, but what you want to be is essentially something that you need to carefully check, feed that is relevant to you, because don't try to be something that you're not, because you will be found out soon enough. So I think it's a very, very interesting journey that you're embarking on life. As I said, it's a great time to be young. I wish I was 40 years younger, because India is really on a growing path. And my final message to you is what didn't work with my children, but I hope it does work with you, is that please do work in India. I think India needs a lot of young people like you to take it to the next level, and start with the right attitude. All around you will see people who are cynics, who will say this doesn't work, this government is like this, that is like this is like this. But you have your own life. You can fight. You can make things better, not only for you, but for your company and your society. And that's really what we have been talking now for 5,000 years. Today we are talking a lot about sustainability. If you read the ancient Indian scriptures, they are talking about this 5,000 years ago. So it is rooted in our culture. Our original gods are our nature, the sun, the wind, the sky, etc. So I think this is a great time to be young. You're in a great place. I'm quite sure your placements and all the things that matter to you will be extremely important. Grab your future with both hands. As I said, try to be clear which is the industry or sector that you want to be in. If you're sure of that, your success will definitely follow. I take this opportunity once again to wish you the very best of luck, and thank you, Arul and your team, for inviting me. I really enjoyed being here, and thanks once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your deep insights.
So on behalf of GSB, we would like to thank Sridhar Ramanujam sir for sharing his valuable insights.
Thank you, sir, for accepting the honor. It's a time to introduce the chief guest to the forum. I request Ms. Nandini Lakshmi, Demings of GSB, to present the profile of the guest to the forum.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Sri Selva Sundaram, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. Mr. Selva Sundaram is a seasoned marketer with 8 years of experience. He has completed his Bachelor of Commerce in University of Madras. He helped to build and scale up 2 digital marketing agencies in the span of 3 years. He is also a certified search engine optimization specialist. Mr. Selva is an expertised person with a various skill sets such as Adobe Premiere Pro, Adobe Photoshop. As he has his glorious journey, he started as a content creator in Freelancer. Later, joined in Combat Kinetics as a content writer. In the year of 2018, he joined at Zoho Corporation as technical writer for Zoho Sheets. Later, promoted as technical writer for Zoho Recruit. Currently, he is a product marketer in Zoho Corporations. Be dynamic, just like life. Innovate, create, explore. Never become stagnant, says Akin. It's my honor and privilege to welcome such a dynamic person to Talking Shop, the Marketing Conclave 2024. Dear sir, welcome you to the portal of GSB.
Hi. This is my first time in Tanjavur. So, hi. Is this all Tanjavur got? Hi. Okay, so this is the customary hype man thing that everybody on stage does. To get you to speak a little louder as a representation of your energy towards the session. Okay? One last time, and remember, this is the representation of your energy towards the session. Hi. Thank you so much. I'll be switching to a hand mic. Sometime during the session, I'll come down because I think being there is more relatable to me than being up here. People in the first 3-4 rows, which of your friends forced you to sit here? How many of you told Pinadi Poidlam va? Be genuinely honest. I heard a couple of you tell that. Okay, so jokes apart, everyone in the back, are you able to see whatever is on the screen? Are you able to hear me right? Okay, cool. So, we will be exploring where marketing is today from the perspective of some, say, 50, 60 years ago, where door-to-door marketing was the best thing you can do as a company, right? You go knock on doors, you sell your product directly to your customer, you talk to your customer directly, and that was the best marketing activity you could do, because why? We heard why connecting with customers is such a good thing to do. But before I go on speaking about the session, myself, all of that, first things first, thank you to the management, to Mr. Aruldas, and everybody here for the opportunity of doing this. First things first, thank you so much. Second thing, I am meeting some of my customers tomorrow. So the previous session was a very good refresher for me on why customers are very important, understanding customers, and knowing your customers better. See, when you sit down as a student in this environment, your perception towards the session is, okay, we are stuck here for half a day, right? But when you come back around, say 5 or 6 years, 10 years later, as a working professional, to the same environment, to the same room, when you come back, your perception changes. All of these people are making so much sense. Why did it not go into my head? But worry not, life is serendipity. You discover life as you go through your life, right? How many of you know Steve Jobs? Come on, the people who don't raise their hands don't know Steve Jobs. He is the father of this. Steve Jobs. Okay. So you know why Apple is so different from other products? Any guesses? Security, right? Unique, okay. They use unique and their own patented software, cool. Quality, cool. How many of you here have used Apple products? Any product, cool. 2, 3, 4. Did you ever find any other product other than Apple to be usable after using Apple? Say after using an iPhone, have you found other non-Apple phones as usable as Apple? Apple has this unique, very backgroundy thing that people don't generally notice. Apple has the best designers in the world. They design products, they design applications with one thing in mind. How can I make this user, me, feel like he's not even using my product? I design it, I spoon feed it, and I even help him swallow the thing that I fed him. That's Apple's design. And the philosophy of having good, delightfully designed products was imbibed into Apple by Steve Jobs. Why did I go on this whole story? Because Steve Jobs, when he was about to quit his master's, sat in a very casual calligraphy course. 1 hour, he sat in the calligraphy course, and then he decided, you know what, I'm going to do my own thing, and went on to set up Apple. when he was looking for inspiration for his products, his learnings from that 1 hour session helped him build Apple's unique design element that has made Apple an indispensable product, company, brand altogether, right? You've seen videos of Steve Jobs in his trousers talking to a bunch of marketers about what is marketing and all. All of that philosophy he stumbled upon when he attended the calligraphy class. He was not even supposed to be there, right? He was supposed to quit the course. He was supposed to not know what to do. He simply sat in the session because he had time, and that is serendipity. He discovered design and the power of design by accident, right? So I wish in this session, in today, you all pick something up serendipitously, right? You did not expect that you would hear today things that you don't think are important today. I hope and I truly wish that you will use it somewhere in your future. With these things being said, we are officially moving on to the session. And as always, I don't know how to operate a clicker. As always, we are starting with my introduction, right? So I've written a couple of books. Both of them are published. I paint sometime. I have a newborn kid. This is far from what my optimal or favorite attire is, right? I wanted to come in vesti, but my mom was like, see, you're going to stand on stage. You don't know how to handle dhotis. I don't want an accident happening there. People don't have to serendipitously discover that you don't know how to wear vesties. So please go and pant. So I have a good mother. I recently got married. I had a recent kid. I had a kid recently. My wife almost kicked me out of my house, right? And if I am anything, I think I have good stories to tell. And in the next 1 hour, 1.5 hours, that is all I'll be doing. I have a few stories about a few brands or a few successful marketing campaigns that I would like to share with you. But on one condition. Nobody here thinks about the consequences of their answers, right? Because when a story goes, you know what's the worst thing that you can do to a storyteller? This is the worst thing that you can do to a storyteller. The least the storyteller expects is, So I want the session to be as interactive as possible. So if you have an answer, or even better, if you have a question, please put your hands up, right? At any point of the presentation, please feel free to put your hands up and tell or ask whatever you want without worrying about the consequence. Without worrying about the consequence in the sense that if it is right or wrong, if it is acceptable or not, if it is politically correct or not, please don't get me in trouble, right? If it is politically correct or not, or if it actually has relevance to the topic that we are discussing. None of it should cross your mind. If at any point during the presentation you have something to share or you have something to ask, please go ahead, right? So that being the condition, we move on to, wow, I look really dark there. I did not even notice, right? Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah, my agenda is this, right? I am so thankful that you guys got the joke. I was worried that I was too old and you will not get this joke, but I'm so glad that it happened. But see, why digital is something that I would like to discuss even before we move on from the agenda slide. Why are we talking about digital marketing anyway? It is going to be the future. See, I will not hesitate to come to the last row, put a mic on your face, and say, answer. Okay, I will do that. So better start speaking up. Why do you think we are talking about digital marketing? Because it is the future, that's all the answer you have. I mean, it's a very good answer, but we are in a dynamic environment, okay? Okay, how many of you use WhatsApp? Come on, put your hands up, everybody. Who are all using WhatsApp? This is why we are using this is why we're talking about digital marketing. Very simple. Where are you? In Thanjavur, right? This place has a huge history. Huge history. So we can tell this story here confidently. Every time I say imagine yourself 100 years back, okay? Now imagine you want to send a message to your friend. How do you do it? Now, 100 years back, how would you do it? Letter, probably. Now it's pointless to go 100 years back. 1000 years back, how would you have done it? Hey, we had a very thriving civilization 1000 years back. Pigeon, cool. Before we domesticated pigeons, how would you have communicated? Go there and physically talk to them, right? Now you know why people have very prolific viewpoints about everything that's happening around them. Because a few decades back, people were not given the opportunity. Please understand the gravity of these words. We did not do anything special to be here. We were just given the opportunity to connect with people around the globe. We were just given the opportunity to know what's going on around the globe. People back then did not have it. So, as a good business person, I don't want to say businessman and be sexist. Be a good business person, you will have to use, or even better, you will have to exploit every opportunity that you have to take your business to every potential user there is. Is there anything wrong with the statement that I made right now? I'll make the statement again. As a business person, you will have to exploit every business opportunity to take your business to every potential customer there is. Nothing wrong? Okay. We'll visit this statement back at the end of the session, and then you'll tell me if it's wrong or not. See, now tell me, why did people go door to door to sell books? Have you ever had somebody, I think most of you are too young to have had that happen, but have you ever seen a door to door salesperson? Why do you think they do it? Come on, this is not working. Put your hands up. If you have a concrete answer, put your hands up. Okay, tell me. Build a relationship with the customer. Very cool. Anybody else? Product? Product promotion, right. Know your customer, promote your product. Anything else? To create product awareness, not only promote that product, but to tell that this product exists. More. To reach every customer possible. Cool. Yeah, I saw just one hand up right now, but maybe they stole your answer. To achieve targets. This is spoken like a true salesperson. Anything else?
Sir, to give them the value.
To give them value for their money.
Yes.
Cool. Now, my answer is pretty simple. They went door to door because they did not have digital mediums back then. If they had digital mediums, they would not have gone door to door, right? Because everything that you said, be it product awareness, be it knowing your customer, be it providing value to your customer, everything happens digitally now, right? Give me a minute while I figure out how technology works, right? Yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Everyone that answered or everyone that had an answer to tell, think if your answer is applicable only to door-to-door sales. No, right? You could probably do a better job of doing the same thing digitally. Taking your product, creating product awareness, providing value to the customer, reaching the end user, searching for new users, everything digitally works better than going door to door. So salespeople went door to door simply because they did not have digital mediums back then. I am very sure that the last row people cannot see the small letters, so we'll go one by one, we'll read them out. Now that we have established consensus that digital marketing is very important because everybody is practically living on digital spaces, and now that we have established digital marketing will probably be the future, all of this is consensus. This is like our previous session, this is common knowledge. Now that we have established common ground, we'll go deeper. I'll probably start by asking how many of you know about all the abbreviations here. We'll start with ICP. How many of you know what an ICP is? I mean, it's right there on the screen. If you read ideal customer profile, I'll slightly be disappointed. What is ideal customer profile? Again, it says ideal customer profile. What is ideal customer profile? Profile of the customer should be ideal, right? So, in a sense, that's true. Let's take two examples, right? How many of you know Chroma, Reliance Digital? Right. How many of you know Vasant & Co? Both sell the same thing. Agreed? Both sell home appliances. Do you think the ideal customer for Reliance Digital is the same ideal customer for Vasant & Co? Who is probably the ideal customer for Reliance Digital? Give me a fair description, right? Sorry? Huh? Upper middle class. Wow. Very good. Anything else? I'm very sorry. You'll have to be a little louder. See, I'm an old guy. I cannot see, I cannot hear. Educated. Right. Anything else?
Exclusive product buyer.
Exclusive. Can you expand? Because I don't understand.
Like Apple.
Okay. Right.
Premium products.
Right. Anything else? Now we'll move on to Vasant & Co. Take a guess at the ICP, the ideal customer profile of Vasant & Co. Right? Okay. Before anything else, can I have one volunteer for mic running? I think passing on the mic can be a little. Yeah. Thank you. Who is the ICP for Vasant & Co? Any guesses? Like, give me random. Say, you can be seated. Avlo maryadala vena.
Middle class people.
Middle class people, right. So the upper middle class and the middle class are differentiated by upper, right. Anything else? Okay. Do you think people that go into Reliance Digital read online product reviews before walking into the physical store? Yes. Do you think people that walk into Vasant & Co. read online reviews before they walk into the showroom? Do you think people that buy on Reliance Digital are probably under 30? Under 30 years of age? Do you think people who buy in Vasant & Co. are probably 40 years and above? Do you think people who buy on Reliance Digital will buy probably 1 or 2 appliances? They walk in, they buy a TV. They walk in, they buy a fridge. While people who walk into Vasant & Co. make huge bulk purchases, like say couple that are getting married will walk into Vasant & Co. to buy everything that they want for their house to set up. Yes? This is why Reliance Digital goes heavy on online marketing, digital marketing. This is why Reliance goes heavy on social media ads. This is why Reliance Digital invests so much on discounts for people who've been to Reliance Digital already. This is why Vasant & Co. also runs a very catchy song as an advertisement in TVs in the middle of news. Anybody that can sing the song will get a coffee from me. Vasant & Co.'s ad song. See, this is what they need, right? They need this. Reliance Digital is not that cool. Reliance Digital don't have a song, right? Reliance Digital does not have an entrance theme music. Reliance Digital does not have somebody folding their hands, looking heroic, right? So, ironically, each company, even though they have different ideal customer profiles, they sell the same product and they coexist in the market harmoniously, right? Where do you start as a company? Do you first decide what to sell? Absolutely. You first decide what business you have to do. But the immediate next thing you have to do is find your ICP, ideal customer profile. As a marketer, you walk into a company, the first question you should be asking is, who am I marketing this product to, right? So ICP is your first abbreviation that you'll have to know. CPC, cost per click. Anybody that can explain what cost per click is?
Payment for ads.
Right. Payment for ads. Can you be a little more like elaborate? Okay, I'll be a little more elaborate, right? Say you go on to Google, right? And you search Cafe Coffee Day. I am very sure Starbucks will show up before Cafe Coffee Day. Because Starbucks paid for the keyword Cafe Coffee Day and said to Google, see, if anyone searches for Cafe Coffee Day, maybe show me before showing their website. This is bidding, right? And this amount that Starbucks promised to pay Google is not just a lump sum money that people carry in suitcase and leave it at the door of Google. No. They say, for every person that clicks on this ad, I'll pay you this much. So that is cost per click. Ironically, you will also understand once you get into the industry that for most of the companies, cost per click is also the customer acquisition cost, okay? Customer acquisition cost is how much you spend on acquiring one customer. For companies that are fully digital, cost per click is understandably CAC, customer acquisition cost also. Trust me, my whole session is not about this, okay? I know a few people are being like, yeah, right. But stay with me. We have a lot of other stories to come. See, we have tofu. Tofu is a very sweet thing to eat. Have you tried tofu? But this is not that tofu. This is top of the funnel. When you have sales teams, see, I'll tell you this one thing, okay? Marketing people and sales people are always walking in the corridor like this. Because sales people always blame marketing guys. See, I say marketing guys. Always say marketing guys that you are not giving us quality leads. I called up one guy and he said he did not even know about our company. You are giving me this lead. My problem is, tell him about the company. Tell him what you're selling and then sell it. But this lead is what keeps the business fueled. Every person that is marginally interested in the product or service that you're selling is a new lead for you. And the top of the funnel is a place where you get all the leads before you qualify them, convert them, and sell them the product, right? This funnel goes like this because if 100 people want to know what you're doing, probably 2 people will buy. This 100 people is top of your funnel. Now, you don't say how many people know about us or where do you think people come to our business from. All this sounds really true. These are the questions you want to ask. But if you ask it in a very polished way. So, what is the source of our top of the funnel? You sound professional, right? MQL, this is what I was talking about, marketing qualified leads. As marketing professionals, your job is to give the salespeople some qualified leads that they can talk to and convert. A CRM is the sales totem. The sales folks use CRM for customer relationship management. A CRM software, a good CRM software like Zoho CRM can probably make your sales process a lot easier. And TOMA is top of the mind awareness, right? How many of you use spreadsheets? MBA students, how many of you use spreadsheets? How many of you, what spreadsheets do you use? MS Office, Google, right? This is TOMA, right? On the top of your mind, what brand do you remember? Nobody says, get me a photocopy. Xerox ethukudu. Xerox is a company, right? Xerox is a company that makes photocopy machines. This is the highest top of the mind awareness they can get. Every brand is probably fighting to be on the top of your mind and for you to be aware of their product when the need arises. I am hungry. If Swiggy did a good job at marketing today, I will probably choose Swiggy. If Zomato did it good today, I will probably choose Zomato. This fight for top of the mind awareness has gone from being years to months to days to even hours. They run happy hour discounts because they want to be on the top of your mind. If I am going to eat from 4 to 5, this is the best place to go and eat. This is what a lot of companies are fighting for. CTA, call to action, I told it's call to action, but what is a call to action? Anybody? Has anybody here ever interacted with a call to action button? Everybody has. Everybody has. Do you read and click on sign up buttons? Do you read terms and conditions and say, I agree? Do you say download app? Do you say play music? All of these are call to actions. For marketing purposes, your whole website and your whole website strategy, how good is your website, depends on how many people click on the button at the bottom or on the top of the website. Your CTAs and the click-through rate, CTRs, define how good your marketing material is, right? AR and PR are analyst relationship. When you move up the corporate ladder, you have necessity where you have to not just talk to your customers, but to press, but to analysts and public. So this is called AR and PR. We have LLMs. Do you know an LLM? Hello? Huh? ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an LLM, right? Midjourney is an LLM, large language model. Everything that we have now and everything that will be in the future is, or probably is, a mix of an LLM, right? And EOD means end of the day, right? But we casually say tomorrow. Don't quote this to your professors for your assignments, right? Please don't get me in trouble. Now that we have a very brief understanding of the different terms that people use in marketing, we'll move on to different marketing channels that companies use. For this, let's start by exploring things ourselves before relying on slides. How many digital marketing channels do you guys know of? I actually mentioned a couple in the last bit. So, anybody? Hi. Do you know what a website is? Do you know what a website is? A website is probably the first digital marketing channel for a company, right? And then, how many of you follow brand social media pages? How many of you follow Swiggy, Zomato social media pages? Everybody should, right? When you're, okay, before me just shouting at everybody without understanding my audience, how many of you here genuinely want to be marketers for profession? Okay. How many of you want to do something that has to do with software, SaaS companies? I want to work for SaaS companies. Okay. Then, the middle part, what do you actually want to be is a very open-ended question, but what do you think is your viable immediate career option so that I can tailor my rest of the session according to you as well, not to have you left out of the presentation? Any other professions than marketing on your mind? Sales? How many of you want to do sales? Wow, sales is a very tough job. How many of you? Okay, what do you guys want to do? People who did not raise hands, what do you have in mind? So that we can take the session there, right? Finance, HR, right? Analytics, right? Ops, super cool. Huh? What? Entrepreneur, super. Okay, this is a good place to start. How many of you down the line, say 10, 15 years later, want to start your own business? That's a good healthy amount. I'll raise my hands for this because I also want to do the same. So from now on, we'll keep it entrepreneur focused, which will also include the other departments that we spoke about, right? Social media, everybody please use social media for business purposes from now on. You're probably on the cusp of your getting started with your profession. So it's high time that you knew how brands use social media to get their customers hooked. What will happen if you don't understand the brand's perspective of social media is you stay on the customer side of things for way too long, right? So follow social media accounts of companies if you don't already and see what they're posting. Podcasts, how many of you listen to podcasts here? Cool. If companies tap into the podcasts in the right way, they can do wonders, because videos and short format content has occupied our brains too much, but podcast is probably the only place where we'll be willing to listen hours of content together, right? So if a brand can possibly nudge customers in a course of 2-3 hours to try out their product, they will definitely succeed. And email marketing channel is one of the very underrated marketing channels of all time. How many of you have subscribed for any newsletters? Do any of you get emails from brands, any one brand? Okay, before doing your MBA, you definitely searched for best MBA colleges, right? And you started getting emails about MBA colleges. That is email marketing. See, participate so I can tell you that you already know things, right? I'm not trying to say, get you to answer and then say it's not right. I'm trying to get you to answer so you can finally come to figure out that you have been marketed to your entire life. When you understand that bit, marketing too becomes easier, right? How many of you know what affiliate marketing is? What is it? Sorry? Okay, very good example. Amway does affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is where you promote a brand and say get commissions. But what is the current famous format of affiliate marketing? Who said that? Thank you, sir. Influencer marketing. How many of you genuinely trust influencers to tell you what to buy? A couple of hands going up in a room of 150, 200 people. Imagine when your customer size is 1 lakh. Imagine 1 million. Imagine beyond that. If 2%, 3% of those people convert because of influencers, companies definitely want to do that, right? Video marketing is a no-brainer in these days because everything that you consume is video. Push notification, do you know what push notification is? Continuously sending notifications through what? Through messages. Cool. Anything else? How many of you have taken Ubers, Ola for anywhere? Ola, Uber. How many of you have ordered on Amazon? Ordered something on Amazon. See, I won't believe if you tell I don't order stuff on Amazon. So do you have your app notifying you of certain things? After you order and you get the order, it'll send you another message. Say if you have, as a new parent, I order diapers a lot. Those guys know when my diaper stock is getting over. Scary. I don't even know my son's bowel movement cycle. You know. So 2 days before the diapers run out, they send me a notification. Maybe you should buy some more because your son is eating a lot. That is push notification. The Ola ride that you booked is arriving. That is push notification. You have 10% offer based on your purchase pattern. That is push notification. Anything, and text messages also, anything that is sent to you by the company and you see a notification, not technically accurate definition for push notification, but at the marketer level, I think this is push notifications understanding. Say, if you're using a software product, right? How many of you use WhatsApp web? WhatsApp web, cool. Instagram web. Did you notice that in the very beginning days, they have a banner on the top which says, click here to know how it works, right? This is push notification in some sense, because when you're a software company, when you have to convey something to your user, having a band on top of your software really helps, right? In-product banners are partly push notifications. So webinars are what podcasts are, but in a very corporate sense, right? Webinars are solely focused on the product or service that you're selling. You as a marketer will probably be conducting the webinars, rather podcasts where an influencer or somebody with authority conducts the webinar and you just sponsor or say get affiliated to the content creator. Where webinars, you conduct the webinar and you conduct it directly to your prospects or your customers. Again, AR and PR. How many of you read about the recent Ambani wedding? Come on, you guys don't know Ambani's son got engaged. Did you know Rihanna performed? Do you know Rihanna is coming up with a makeup brand to India? Where did you hear all this? Press. Ambani's and Rihanna have very good press relationship. Very simple. Very, very simple, right? And all of a sudden, some 1 year, 1.5 years back, did you know everybody wanted people to buy NFTs? Non-fungible tokens. They wanted to buy monkey photo, they wanted to buy giraffe photo and said it will be worth millions. That is AR, analyst relationship gone bad. They convinced analysts that, you know what, this will sell. And analyst went out and told everybody to buy it. Logan Paul, a YouTuber, got an NFT that was worth a few millions when he bought, and now it's like $10, right? So AR and PR is ways for you to reach out a much polished audience that will directly be your brand's customers, because AR and PR is public news, right? In public news, whatever you want, only that your eyes will see. If you are a cricket fan, in a whole newspaper, you'll read only the cricket section. So if you are really reading about a company, you probably will also be their customer, is the understanding. Community engagement we'll come back to in later parts of the presentation, because I want to show you examples of good community management. So do you agree that everything that I showed you is purely digital? I cannot possibly write something up and show push notification wherever you go, right? Imagine some guy creepily stands up from your bedroom and say, do you want to scare the mosquitoes away? No, that does not work. So everything that we spoke about is purely digital. But there are hybrid modes where people physically meet up, but the marketing is done digitally, right? Examples, anybody, any example? Wow. Now, if I show you the slide, you'll be like, this I know. Hey, that's not the one. This is the one. Have you ever walked past a store and suddenly you have a message from that store? You walk past a mall and some shop inside the mall is sending you messages with offers. You walk. How many of you have visited Ramraj stores? Ramraj. If you have not noticed this before, walk past the Ramraj store and you'll get a notification. A message telling Ramraj is offering this much discount. And also, have you ever bought stuff from Alan Solly? Alan Solly also does geofencing, where you walk past a store and it will send you messages related to the store. So this is a very interesting campaign done by Burger King, right? You know Burger King? You know McDonald's? Say, this is where good marketers elevate the brand experience. Because if I, 5 years ago, was given the power to handle geofencing, right? Anybody that walks in a certain place, you can send them messages. What will you do with it? I say every Burger King store, as a Burger King marketer, every Burger King store should have a geofence set up and say big Whoppers are, at discount. But the brilliant marketing people at Burger King put up geofencing around McD. So when you walk past McD, you'll get notifications for Burger King. Right? They'll be like, we have better burgers, bro. We are called Burger King. Come there. So this is geofencing, where you are physically at a place, but the marketing happens partially digitally. How many of people that are here from other colleges, right? You are probably in a quasi event, right? Everybody here, have you attended any Purutkachi? Yes. Have you attended professional trade shows? Yes. What kind of trade shows? What kind of trade shows? What did they have to offer you in the trade show? Okay, did they get your information first on the event? Your phone number, your email ID? You got emails from them about when the event is happening? After you left the event, did they thank you for attending the event? See, all of this on a business sense is how you bring people to an event so you can take it digitally from there, right? Say not everybody can be got hold of without a physical connection. People don't often give away numbers. People don't often give away email ID. People don't often look for products that they want, services that they want online. If, for example, right, and this is not a mere example, this is a product close to my heart. If, for example, you from Tanjavur want to grow up to be a toy seller, right, like Toys R Us, big, huge international toy brands, you want to become that from Tanjore, right? What will be your first move be? Get dolls. Cool. Second move. Sorry? Identify customers. How will you identify who likes dolls? What? Kids. Do you really think Tanjavur dolls are for kids? I give one bomme to my son. The first thing he'll do is, and my money is gone. So, do you really think that's how this works? What you instead do is give out advertisements saying, we have an exhibition, collection of exquisite Tanjavur dolls, traditionally made by hand-picked artisans. Nothing is for sale. These are all exquisite, collectible items that I have for my collection's sake. You can come visit though. Do you think people will turn up? People who want to buy actual dolls, people who appreciate art forms like this will turn up. Do you think it is easier to take it from there or simply advertise digitally telling we have Tanjore dolls? Which works better? The exhibition model works better because you have physically made connection with the people that are probably potentially your near future buyers, and then from there it's easy to convert their lead into a business. So, exhibitions and trade shows are physical events, but pre and post event there is a lot of digital nurturing happening, building up hype for the event digitally, bringing them to the event to the right place at the right time because you made digital promotions for the event, right? You have statuses, you have people putting up, you have people tagging you. How many of you in the event that you went, did they encourage you to use hashtags and post pictures about the event? That is something companies actually do. Say if you turn up for an event, they have a booth where you can go stand, take pictures, and they encourage that you upload it to your social media using a certain hashtag. This is from GITEX Dubai. GITEX is an event where technology companies, very broad technological companies, right? Broad. You can be a company in any technology. You can be making prosthetic hands, or you can be making AR, VR, or you can be making software, or you can be building robots. Any technology that you think will blow people's mind, come exhibit. That is GITEX Dubai. The number of heads there, the number of people there is so huge that companies often take 1 month to simply follow up with everybody that came to their booth. And these are people that have wealth amassed with them. The GITEX, this is GITEX Dubai, by the way. So Dubai is a place where there is a lot of money. So people there use this event to gather investors. While these people met in a physical space, the nurturing happens digitally, right? So now that I've given you a couple of examples, can you guess a few more places where things work hybridly? Vending machines. You are physically there, you're ordering things, but if you order, say, do you know airports have insurance companies putting up vending machines for travel? Have you been to places where they have self-service FASTag recharge? When you go to a toll booth, is there a Paytm FASTag kiosk? Yeah? Have you seen a Paytm FASTag kiosk? When you go there, it's physical, but the interaction you have with them and the interaction you have with them afterwards is digital. Okay. How many of you read name boards on shops? While you walk, you just casually read name boards on shops. How many of you read advertisements? What is the best advertisement you have read? What is the one advertisement you remember? Everybody has different advertisements. I'm trying to get answers so I can tell what they did right and what made you remember them, right? Tell me one advertisement, out of the house advertisement that you remember. OOH means out of the house. When you step out of your house and see an advertisement for a brand, that is OOH advertising, right? Tell me one good advertisement that you have seen recently. Huh? What? I hear a lot of murmuring, but I think you're deliberately speaking so that I don't hear. Is it the case? Okay, now, did the best advertisement you see have a QR code on it? On a banner, on a physical banner, did you see an advertisement with QR codes? Have you seen advertisements with QR codes? Why do they do that? Why don't they just have the banner? What difference does the QR code make? What? About me, right? As a person that's watching your advertisement, you want details about me. Very good answer. Anything else? Okay, people have something to respond to. It makes the ad or it makes the marketing material interactive. Cool perspective. Anything else? To build curiosity. See, if I see a QR code, I'm obviously going to scan and see what is there. Cool. Anything else? Okay. You are a brand owner. You put up 2 banners in the same place, right? Or say 500 meters apart. One has a QR, the other one doesn't. Do you concretely know how many people watched or saw or read what your banner had to say if the banner did not have the QR? Can you say 1,000 people watched my ad today? No. With the QR, if say 10 people scanned your code and you do the mental math, say if for every 100 people 1 person scans, I have some 1,000 people who walked past and read what I have to say. This math checks out. So brands want interactive ads, brands want customer details, brands want people to feel included in the advertisement. Brands also want accountability and numbers. Because when you are spending on something, these cost a lot, right? Digitally advertising, or physically advertising in a space costs a lot. So you want some return on investment. So that's why out-of-home ads with QRs are increasingly becoming popular. Excuse me while I have a little water break, but you can read what the next slide says, right? I confidently ask you, how many of you saw this ad? Not here. Today's newspaper, right? Cool. So, we are not talking about something superficial. We are talking about things that are happening in the market right now. Not presently, not in the future, not currently, no adjectives. Right now, brands are doing this. So, we know whatever we are speaking is probably the right thing that is happening, right? Okay, wrong slide to get stuck on. So these are a few more examples where brands beautifully connect with the customers that they interact with, right? How many of you are fans of Talapakati? Notice carefully, Talapakati is giving out QR codes on the delivery bags for you to rate them on Google, right? And this is a few examples where Starbucks or both these is starting to give out QR codes on the boxes that you get. IKEA is starting to give you QR codes on how to assemble the furniture that they sell you. People, even if they buy digitally, brands prefer connecting with them digitally, right? I walk into your store, I buy things from you, I go back home and I see a QR code. It is intended for the brand to incentivize me to connect with the brand digitally. It's all cool that you came to my shop and bought the things, but now let's be social media friends. This is what every brand wants today. Why? It's easier to track, it's easier to manage, it's easier to engage, it is easier to upsell and cross-sell digitally, right? So now we have seen purely digital mediums, we have seen hybrid mediums, and we have seen purely physical mediums. A coffee cup cannot be digital, but they make it digital, right? Has anybody here been to restaurants that have started using QR codes for order? Okay, you should visit them. Very interesting. They have dynamic QR codes where you scan them and get that day special, and you order them right there. Why do they do that? Why do they not send a server or the bearer or the whatever? They want to know what you ordered every time you go to that hotel. They want to track your level of engagement with their products. If you eat less today, somebody will probably turn up to you and ask, is the food not all right? Why are you eating so less? Right? So, brands are becoming increasingly digitally adaptive. This is my point. We started speaking about this, influencer marketing. How many of you follow more than 2 influencers on social media? If I don't see every hand going up, I'm calling your parents. Because I know everybody follows influencers. Boys, how many of you follow TTF Vasan? Okay, so why do you think influencers got popular? Why do you think influencers got popular? Yes? Their opinion leaders, wow, strong statement. Anything else? They look good, sir. Anything else? Huh? See, I am an old person. You have to just speak up 1 or 2 more times, right? Why are influencers popular? Unique qualities, okay. We'll come back to whatever I'm going to tell in a bit, but I'll go ahead and make this statement. An influencer, an individual influencer is everything that a brand cannot be. I'll repeat the statement again. An individual influencer is everything a brand cannot be. Let's say you have a brand of your own, right? You want to make dolls. You want to make idols of deities. Okay? You cannot be very biased, very leaned towards one religion. Can you, as a brand, be affiliated with just one religion? But you can choose an influencer that is very affiliated to one religion and ask them to promote the deities, the idols of deities that you made, so that it reaches the target group. Yes? So when you have a target group that you cannot address out loud, probably influencers are the way to do it. Anybody knows Marlboro Man here? Do you know what a Marlboro Man is? Okay. Everybody that wants to be a marketer, when you go back home, read case studies about Marlboro Man. Because Marlboro is a cigarette company, is a tobacco company. By law, they cannot advertise smoking cigarettes, right? So they made an influencer out of nothing. This is way back in the 60s, 65, 70s. So they created an influencer. An influencer is anybody that can say others, have others say, he is cool or she is cool. That is kind of the standards an influencer has, right? So they made a cool macho character where he's driving a horse, where he's riding a horse. This is that old, right? This is 60s, 70s, cowboy hat. He rode the horse. And whenever there is one anyayam, he pongi and the fed and 30k fight. So this was the macho Marlboro Man character that Marlboro built. And for 2 minutes, he will just be doing things that you don't even imagine, right? There is one woman shouting, I'm falling down, and he is like saving her. Dude, why are you doing all this? Because at the end of the advertisement, he'll drop the cigarette and stub it and go. That is the whole point. Influencers are famous not for the content that they put out, or at least they don't do it. The influencer does not do it for the content that they're putting out. Your famous influencer might probably tell you, you are the sole reason I'm doing this. No. The brands that are paying them are the reason they keep doing it. Every 100 videos once, if you drop a brand video, you will get definitely rich if you're uploading daily. But as a brand and as an influencer, it is very important that you choose the right affiliation, right? I'll show you a few examples. To Do you know this guy? Who said PewDiePie? Fellow 9-year-old, dude. Fellow 9-year-old. So PewDiePie is a world famous gamer. Before T-Series, he was the most subscribed channel on the world. He reached 100 million subs the fastest. Okay. YouTube also had 4 months without any major ad revenue because of this one guy. Want to guess what he did? What? What? Come on, I cannot hear. Rage? Racism, yes. So on a stream, he casually said the N-word. And the brands that were paying him money were like, we don't support this guy. And casually walked off. So he's a quirky, full of energy, stupid gamer, or that's at least what he puts on the internet. Now he has 2 brands supporting him unconditionally even after the event, even after him blurting out that word. It's been 3 years, but since then, no brand has stuck with him consistently except for 2. One is an energy drink for gamers. 2 is a VPN that will let you access games that are otherwise not accessible. Even after the tragedy that happened, even after YouTube itself coming down on PewDiePie and the brands telling you are not eligible for ads anymore, 2 brands still do business with him. Do you think it's the right thing to do? It is the right thing to do because he is a gamer and he plays games that are probably not within his reach. He plays games from Japan, he plays USA games, he plays China games, he plays Russia games, and the audience that are watching his streams, watching his videos, are probably doing the same. So only 2 brands, it is not coincidental at all. It is not coincidental that only 2 brands stuck with PewDiePie even after the incident. It is not coincidental that they sell these things directly to his audience, right? So, idukku mattum, what did that person do? What? I know, I only put her there. But what did they do? What? Reels. Okay, let me give you a clue, all right? Both of them went ahead with contracts they did not fully understand. Do you know the controversy where she got involved in a scam? And that guy, like I told you, pressured, who is he? Logan Paul pressured his fans to buy NFTs, to invest in crypto zoos, right? And both of these projects, they themselves fully did not understand, right? So brands have to pick influencers carefully, and influencers have to pick brands carefully. Can you read what's on the white bar? Zerodha. What is Zerodha? Trading company. What did they do recently to get all the influencers on board? So, the game is, there are a lot of finfluencers. How many of you follow Finance with Sharon? Okay, a couple of people. You guys will be the richest people in the room in 5 years because you're following Finance with Sharon right now, right? But, see, a lot of finfluencers, to pursue or to persuade the people following them to invest in particular stocks, started releasing false P&Ls, profit and loss statements that were false. They just made stuff on the Photoshop and uploaded to social media and told, see, this is my profit and loss portfolio. You also should invest in the stocks that I invest in. People did not know that this was a lie. People started investing it. Zerodha came in for help and said, we will let influencers publish their P&L right from our platform, and we'll give you a verified tick. They will not be able to edit anything that's inside the link, so people can trust it. This is what Zerodha did. Now, as an influencer, imagine this. People are, as a financial influencer especially, people around you and your peers are very mad that this fake P&L thing is happening. People are slowly starting to doubt every influencer's credibility. And there is this one superhero company that came in and said, you can publish verified P&Ls. What is your first move as the influencer? Sit idly. You go to Zerodha because people trust Zerodha, and trust is essentially the currency that influencers operate with, right? So you also get on board with Zerodha. This is how brands use people and their credibility to get influencers on board. There is a beautiful company called U2s. How many of you know U2s? Okay, they make small figurines of famous influencers, right? Famous influencers, small figurines. They started making these figurines, and then when people bought it, they went to different influencers and said, see, people are buying our figurines, maybe you should also make one in collaboration with us. There are ways that companies are finding out they can exist in harmony with influencers. Or what is the last option that influencing can mean? Anybody? Again, anybody that answers this will get a coffee from me. But I wanted to do the school thing. It did not work. First video, how many of you saw? The Mark Zuckerberg video, where he is comparing his Meta and Apple Vision Pro. Nobody saw? Okay. The second one, how many of you know what Cooked is? Cooked is a brand that sells ready-made ingredient packets for you to cook. When I say everything, I see heads going like this. But when I ask, everybody's like. But that's cool, right? If you find whatever is being shared relatable, very cool. The last video, I think it's a little dark for you to see anything, but that's Kanye West. How many of you know Kanye West? Rapper, right? And he has a shoe brand called Yeezys. So the first one, the second one, the third one, the connection between all three is founders of the company, entrepreneurs of the company, decision makers of the company, themselves becoming influencers. So if you are aiming to be an entrepreneur, I would highly recommend that you choose not the exact business model, but at least the niche you're going to target, and start becoming a micro-influencer in that niche. I'm not encouraging you to dance to reels. I am very clearly encouraging you to create content that will get your audience hooked. This is the difference between public consuming content and marketers consuming content. From now on, if you see an ad on the newspaper, check what their CTA is. If you see an out of your house advertisement, check what they did wrong. If you walk into a store and the next time you come, check if they still remember things about you. Not physically, not the cashier remembering you, but the store system. Become a marketer or an entrepreneur by habit, where everything you do will teach you one new business trick. All right? So these are very influential people. All Mark Zuckerberg had to do was try on the two, sit in a chair, and genuinely tell how he felt about using the two products. So the last one is a very funny thing. How many of you know what Super Bowl is? Super Bowl. Super Bowl is a baseball tournament, right? Very famous thing in America. An advertisement slot in Super Bowl will cost you millions of dollars because, say, at least 10 million, 20 million people are watching it live. It is the equivalent of India's Cricket World Cup or IPL final. All right. Imagine, who do I say? Okay. Imagine me paying for the advertisement slot, and you eagerly wait for the advertisement. And I just turn my front selfie camera and say, okay, you know what? I spent all my money on the advertisement slot. This is my advertisement. Please buy my product. And I give you one website link. That is all that guy did. He went on a 30-second rant about how he spent all the money on Super Bowl ad slot and told, you know what? Buy me Yeezys. I'll be cool. The Super Bowl ad slot cost him $9 million. Right? $1 million is somewhere around 8 crores. The Super Bowl ad slot cost him $9 million. Do you think it's a waste of money that he did that 30-second self-made video? He made $24 million in sales in one day after the video went live. So that's the power of someone from the company becoming an influencer, right? People trust you better. What is omni-channel? I know we are jumping topics, but we are actually not jumping topics. I'll bring this slide together in a minute. But what is omni-channel? Hello, what is omni? One Dappa van, sir, it will open like this. Now, what is omni? Two channels getting combined. Cool. It's not entirely right, but cool perspective. Anything else? What is omni? Okay. Who do you call God? Who do you call God? Somebody that is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. Now what is omni? Everywhere. So every is the meaning of the word omni. So omni-channel is basically a brand being present in all channels of marketing, right? Say you buy stuff on Amazon, right? And an XYZ seller is selling you stuff on Amazon. You get your parcel and it's broken. Your Amazon customer care says, deal with the company. How do you expect to reach the company? What are all the ways that you want to reach the company? I am not Shaktiman. I raised this hand for people to answer. I'm not going to fly away. Right? Was Shaktiman joke too old for you? Sorry, I don't know new superheroes. So what is the first way that you want to communicate with the brand to tell your grievances? Customer care call, right? 2, what? Complaint via their application. You expect them to have a page dedicated for customer complaints. Website. 3, rating. Okay. But you want the product rectified, not to avenge the company alone. So now what do? Drop them an email. 5, will you check their social media? Are they on social media and then go complain? If Air India did not pick you up, what is the first thing you do? Go on Twitter and say Air India is bad. Right? So it's not just when you have a grievance that you expect a brand to be present in all of these channels. See, remember, when you are a customer, your end of things alone concern you. But when you are a brand, when you are an entrepreneur, when you are a marketer, both ends of things concern you. So when a customer expects to be connected with you on call, on email, on social media, on your website, which also means that as a brand, you have to have all of these mediums set up, right? You cannot have Instagram and people drop in messages and you don't just care and you say, we just have it for namesake. You can't do that. So brands now are going omni-channel. Omni-channel again means being present on all channels. This is not just about getting grievances. All right. So how many of you make purchases on Instagram? You DM pages and get stuff? Cool. How many of you make purchases on websites, Soul Store, any website? Cool. How many of you see emailers and go for a purchase? I do. I am not sure if any of you are old enough to check emails and then respond to a purchase. So every missed channel that you're not there on as a brand is a missed potential purchase order. If you're not on Instagram, you're missing out on all the people on Instagram that want to buy from you. If you're not sending out emails, you're missing out on people that will probably buy from an email. If you're not cold calling people, people will not buy if they only rely on calls for orders, right? So you have to be on all the channels to take in orders or grievances from all these channels. What is this? I know. It's in the slide. But what does that mean though? Data is everywhere. Give me a couple of examples. As a customer, you are all customers of some brand. Give me pieces of data that brands know about you. Give me examples. Mobile number, cool. Any purchase you make, people are going to know your mobile number now. Location, apps take your location now. Email ID, is that what? Email ID. What? Name, cool. Now, you're all individual people. Think from a brand's perspective on what all data people can give you at large. Who is the regular customer? What is the customer's preference? Age, right. Your demographic, your whole demography, your customer demography. Who gets more from me so I can give them more discounts? Sorry, I'll emphasize on this one point, sir. Access points. Do you want to elaborate on that?
So the phone they're using, whether they're coming through mobile or through a desktop or from a public network, things like that.
The access point I wanted to emphasize more because we are coming up with a lot of quick commerce solutions. Do you know what quick commerce solution is? Quick commerce, I mean the word has it, quick commerce. I want to sell faster. Do you know what Swiggy is doing? Delivery food. Do you know what Blinkit is doing? Zomato, Zepto. So these are all brands that sell stuff to you on your doorstep. They collect access point data and rely on access point data a lot because imagine a brand like Zepto, right, or Blinkit. If they start operating in Tanjavur tomorrow, what do you think they'll do? Wait for your order, go to the shop, purchase, come back, deliver to you? Is that what you think they'll do? Will they be able to do that under 10 minutes? So what these brands do is, even Amazon, they buy things that they think the customer wants based on data, and they store it in these dark stores. These stores are not for public consumption. These stores need not even have to be on a prominent place. They will be in a dingy storage where nobody else has access to. These stores solely rely on data collected from access points to make them successful. If an area has more iPhones, they will have a lot of premium goods in that dark store. If an area has more Android phones, they will have groceries stored in their dark stores. If more number of people order from this part of the town rather than 10 kilometers away, there will be more delivery people here than there are there. When you give data individually, as a customer, you think name and phone number and email does not make a big difference. My privacy does not matter. But as a group, giving all our data to companies will help them identify patterns. So this, did you hear about the case that Facebook Meta had to go through before the US Congress? Did you know Mark Zuckerberg was inquired by US Congress? So the Congress person asked, will Facebook know if I walk from here to there? Will they know? They will know, right? So now, after all these regulations, there are laws put in place. So companies, one, should not collect data from anybody that is not willing to share data with them. Two, should only collect data that is contextually useful for the benefit of the customer. I repeat this again. Companies are only allowed to collect data that are contextually useful for the benefit of the user. If you collect information to exploit them, you can be criminalized, penalized, and fined as a company, right? So, when brands want to connect with all the customers, they go omni-channel. When brands have enough information from these different channels, they dive deeper into data analytics, right? Nike has stores, right? Physical stores. And every store, they collect data about the movement of people inside their store. They collect data patterns on how they move inside the store, in what age range they move that way inside the store, and place their best-selling shoes there. In your own supermarkets, all the things that kids want are on the lower row. All the things that you want are on the top row. Why? Because they want visibility. How did they get this knowledge? They used data, but people were not organized about things. Now, because there is huge amounts of data generated both physically and digitally, companies are getting more organized about the way they handle, analyze, and interpret data. As a marketer or as an entrepreneur, I think data is your best friend. Please understand, at least at the fundamental level, how numbers work, right? Even if you're not going to be a data analyst, understand how data works, understand how to use data to decipher what your customer does, so that you can understand him better, understand them better. Yes, please. Okay, so I'll repeat the question. When you talk so much about data, a very novice customer does not even know that his data is being used in all this way, right? How do you draw ethics into this whole equation of companies and customers dealing with data? Did I question your question right? Right. How many of you use social media? Come on, don't lie. How many of you use social media for more than 2 hours a day? How many of you use social media for more than 2 hours a day without even realizing you are using it for more than 2 hours a day? Right. This is because social media companies have data about you based on your usage preferences. Right? Ethics comes into the play even before you install the application, where they ask for permissions. Because from a company standpoint, see, I didn't actually want to do this because I am here not exactly as a representative of Zoho, but I will have to appreciate my company for doing what it does. As a genuine employee of the company, we are not allowed to touch customer data. As a marketer, I am allowed to see only numbers, not customer profiles. I know my friends that visit customer profiles, get information about them and pitch to them directly, right? So when social media companies get information about your location, that is because you chose to give them your location. Now companies mandatorily have to get you checked on whether you want to receive marketing emails from us, whether you want to receive marketing phone calls from us. So these are all very strict laws in Europe. EU has a law called HIPAA. They also have a law called, what is it? So they are starting out with laws that are very strict. India also passed 2 months or 1 month ago, passed the Data Protection Act. But how many of you, this question is definitely not political. Be very honest when I ask this question to you. How many of you got message from Modi ji? Right? This is the level of data privacy in India. That is from Aadhaar data, right? That is from Aadhaar data. Aadhaar data was the credibility of Aadhaar or UIDA was questioned when an influencer live streamed them getting Aadhaar data for 400 rupees per 10,000 people. 10,000 people data sold for 400 rupees. This was live streamed. And a huge problem came. And then the government came and said, don't worry, we built a 2 feet wall around Aadhaar data storage center. So, yes. So, world is a broad term because if companies did the same thing that they're doing now, casually selling data, if companies did this in the Europe, if they did this in the USA, I'm not talking about the cool West model, no. If they did it, they will be penalized 2 times, 3 times of their annual revenue, right? This is a huge financial blow for the company, a risk that they will not be willing to take. This is because of this laws that countries have. Let us please come to terms with the fact that brands have to be ethical only on the legal side of things. Other than that, a brand, a company, a business operates with one thing in mind. How much money do you got? So, when India moves forward, I hope our data protection laws move forward as well, along with the privacy awareness of us, right? When we click on something and say, I agree to the terms and conditions, let us please read and agree to the terms and conditions. Let us please say, only while using this app, when an app prompts you if it can take your location data. for the convenience of us. See, we all ask questions, but when people ask you for mobile number at the store, why do we give it? We give it so that they know we come here regularly and maybe give us a discount, right? So, when we trade comfort, when we trade familiarity for privacy, our privacy is gone for a toss. But 100% agreed, privacy is very serious, and data that companies take from brands, people, should not be used unethically, meaning you should not sell data that customers give you. Very true. But companies that operate even in the marginally EU borders have to comply with all the privacy laws that there is. I think and I hope India will also reach there. We will all be again private and keep to ourselves. Even I am getting 20 calls a day asking if I want a loan. If only they knew my CIBIL score, they will stop calling me, right? So even that basic research, companies don't do this. See, we saw different channels. We saw how data from different channels will help brands. We saw brands being in different channels is not a coincidence. We saw the what to do. We will now move on to the how to do section. இப்போதான் நீ ரெண்டாவது செக்ஷனுக்கே வரியா அப்படின்னு கேட்குறது காதலே விழுது. But yes, tell me all the skills a marketer should possess. Communication. 2. Interaction. Okay. Building relationships. Storytelling. Thank you. எங்கேயோ கேட்ட மாதிரியா இருக்கு. Okay. But let's take an olive branch from here. What soft skills do you think marketers need today? Because the things that you said are probably hard skills. I can train to be a better storyteller. I can also train on soft skills, but it will take a little longer. I think you understand what my definition of hard and soft skill is. So what soft skill do you think a marketer needs? Search engine optimization is not a soft skill. Empathy. What is empathy? Putting ourselves in others' shoes, right? And integrity? Sorry? Integrity is a very subjective word, so I'll leave it to your interpretation, right? Integrity, interpretation. Nice, no? So, if you're empathetic about your customer and you have a potential integrity from within you, holding you back from doing the things that you're not supposed to be doing, that is when you become a good marketer, right? Because then, when you're empathetic, you know how your customer feels when they hear about things. Say, for example, you work for a prosthetics company, right? They make prosthetics for amputees. Do you know what amputees are? Is anybody here differently abled is an amputee? So I can be a little more sensitive about this topic. That's what I'm asking for. See, when you understand the pain that they go through, you will never make a funny ad to sell your prosthetic, right? This is a very valid ad concept on book on why to buy a prosthetic plastic leg. You show someone without a leg walking up a stairs with difficulty and then show them do the same thing with your prosthetic with ease. This works brilliantly as an advertisement. But this is very unethical to do. Why? It hurts them, right? Do you know what people did with Poonam Pandey recently? How many of you followed that ad campaign? They wanted to raise awareness. Yes, they wanted to raise awareness about cervical cancer. So they announced Poonam Pandey died because of cervical cancer. And the next day they were like, no, she is alive. The amount of pressure that this puts on people with actual cervical cancer, right? This was unethical. They had no empathy. So when you have empathy, you understand the pain of your customer and talk to them in a language that will soothe them, right? And integrity is for your own sake, so you don't sign the contract with the devil and sell your soul and say, I will do whatever it takes to sell the product. No. You have to stop it somewhere. I think this integrity is the answer for the last data question also. On what moral element do brands have? Brands have no moral element, but the people working for brands should probably have it. When their companies push them to do something unethical, they should probably stand up and say, you know what, I'm not doing it. So, marketing philosophy is that, and we talk about something very important now, all right? I will also break soon. I have some 10-15 minutes more. How many of you are part of WhatsApp groups that, WhatsApp channels that they have now, right? They have WhatsApp channels, right? How many of you are part of any channel that sells you something? Or do you only be part of influencer or meme channels? Okay. Why do you think WhatsApp introduced the feature? Why? See, Instagram is the same thing, right? You get stuff on your feed and you keep scrolling. What is the necessity of WhatsApp doing this? Same thing they're also doing, right? Okay. So the difference between other social media and WhatsApp doing it is people feel personally communicated to when they get messages through WhatsApp. Yes. Especially if you reply to that brand. Say if you want to buy a shirt that was marketed in a WhatsApp channel and you reply to them, ask them what's the price, and they reply to you, you feel as if you're standing next to the person and communicating on WhatsApp, right? So brands have slowly moved away from screaming on top of their voice from door to door, from going digitally and then doing all the shenanigans that they did online to get followers and likes, to they've moved to building a small niche community, right? I'll also give you a few examples probably. This is what I said. I'll stop. I'll come back to this later with examples. The first company, anybody knows? Fitness enthusiasts in the house? Who goes to the gym regularly? Nobody? Wow, you guys should go to the gym regularly. Take care of your health. The first one is Cult Fitness, right? They operate in cities. They operate in a community-driven model. As in, you sign up for Cult Fit. You will probably be given options as to, do you want to work out in a gym or do you want to work out from your home? When you choose one of these, they will put you in connection with a group of people that are in the gym or want to do it along with you from their own homes. This community engagement activity, even though nobody from Cult Fit is actually in the community, they feel as if they are all part of Cult Fit community, right? So this belonging will make it harder for one person to leave the brand because, well, I will not get the same community elsewhere. What is the second logo? Any designers in the house? Adobe. Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Premiere Pro, and other Adobe products are a little hard to master, or even if you master it at the beginner or intermediate level, the things that you can do with Adobe Photoshop, you will never come to know fully, because they have features that can take your work miles forward. When the product is this complicated, Adobe need not do anything by themselves. They simply have to have a page on their website and call it forum. If 10 people use Adobe products and one guy has a doubt, he'll go and ask in the forum. One person from the group will reply for that question, and then there is a discussion, and then there is a community around the product, learning, developing, thriving around it. This is how open source software works, right? All open source software has a very active and thriving community. And the last one, Zepto. Zepto's current valuation is somewhere around $1 million, $1,000 million, 1 billion, close to. But do you know where they started? During lockdown. They started during lockdown. Do you know how they started? With the WhatsApp group. Just 2 college boys will fetch it for you. They paid 5-6 delivery people. Any grocery list that comes in the WhatsApp group, these Zepto folks will deliver it for them. They called it Ninja Cart back then. Right? Ninja Cart? Ninja Cart, after their model, some funding companies came to them and said, you know what? WhatsApp groups kind of seem small for the amount of potential we see for the product. So go big. And then they developed an application. 3 examples. One, where the company puts people in a community and nurtures the community's growth. Second one, where the company is so huge that you actually want help as a user, so you go join company communities by yourself, but the company has a very prolific community to follow. The third one, where a company started as a small community and has now become very big, right? So this is probably a very shallow, surface level example of how companies are using communities now. I'm very sure the influencers that you follow are all selling merchandise, t-shirts. No? Are they selling courses? No. Madan Gauri will start an app soon. He's starting a news app soon. Every influencer is secretly, very slowly, without telling you that they're doing that, are all building a small community around their niche so that they can sell things to the niche later. This is all a huge marketing ploy that will look, sound, and feel great if you're on the marketing end of things, right? At least now you know that you're being played with. Otherwise, you're just whimsically being played with. This slide told marketing is not about selling, but that was a lie. I am a marketer, so I lied a little. Marketing is definitely about sales, because without sales, your clicker won't work. Without sales, the company has no revenue to run on. So when marketing is actually all about sales, creators, content creators, marketers are now being aligned with folks from data analytics, with folks from sales, with folks from product engineering. All of these things have come together to support the goals of marketing, which is to improve revenue. First company, what do you know about the company? The star, orange star. Zapier? No? It's called Zapier. It will connect 2 software applications to run things for you. It's a B2B software. What is the second thing? Do you know about the second company? Liquid Death. What do you think they sell? Alcohol? Anything else? Coffee? Okay, surprising. follow Liquid Death's marketing page. They sell tinned water. Water in a tin can. Water in a tin can. Not plastic bottles, tin can. The last one, what do they do? Duolingo has a very aggressive push notification strategy. If you don't log into Duolingo for more than 2 days, they will keep bombarding you with contextual push messages that will encourage you to open the app. Liquid Death's strategy is, they say, you are thirsty. Why do you have to kill the planet for it? Drink it out of a tin can. This is more eco-friendly than plastic bottles. The first one is Zapier. They have around 15,000 web pages. If you search for any software, I'm very sure that within the top 20 results, Zapier will be there. Because if you search for Google Sheets, Zapier has 1,000 pages that talk about integrating Google Sheet with Zoho Sheet, integrating Google Sheet with Gmail, integrating Google Sheet with Google Analytics. They have so many web pages for each software that whatever you search, their SEO game is so strong that they'll come up. The first company that I'm talking about increased their revenue solely because they have good SEO. The second one increased their revenue solely because they have a whole new brand identity, right? Their social media is absolutely stunning. Go watch it. I'm not even kidding. The things that they do to sell water. See, Liquid Death, you cannot even comprehend that is a water company, right? Like it's Pond Sol toothpaste. Do you want to drink something that is called Liquid Death? Yet they sell because of their marketing and their positioning. Duolingo has a lot of revenue, user retention because how they use in-product banners and push notifications. So a few examples of ethically well-marketed companies that helped increase their brand's revenue. Something that I will can I have 5 more minutes of your time? 5-10 minutes? Because I have a couple of videos to show to you, which I will show now. So this is Air India's on-flight safety instruction video. We don't have to go through the whole video. Just watch a couple of minutes and then I'll switch the video, yeah?
To fasten your seat belt, insert the metal tip into the buckle and pull the strap. To unfasten, lift the flap and pull the ends apart. Business class guests should pull the shortened strap and secure it in the seat belt attachment.
This is, yes, and no noise. Very disappointed.
In the overhead compartment or underneath your seat.
I chose this video because I thought Tanzur, all of that, but nothing happened. Okay, do you understand the vibe of the video? This is Air India's safety instruction video, and they wanted to market India, right? That's the idea that they have. Along with telling you how to safely travel on an airplane, they are also giving you information about India.
Use of large electronic devices like laptops is not permitted during takeoff and landing. Used only in flight mode. Smoking and use of e-cigarettes is not permitted on the aircraft.
So this is not don't smoke inside the flight, all of that.
It's prohibited.
And don't wander around the flight when the seatbelt sign is on. This is Kathak. So, like I said, you get the idea.
There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. Please locate the one closest to you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, emergency lighting
Cool.
will guide
We have seen
you to
enough.
your closest
I'll show you
exit and
the
slide.
next video, right?
Welcome aboard Singapore Airlines. As the safety equipment on this aircraft may differ.
So
from
if you
that
have a
of other
doubt
aircraft,
on if this
please
came
give
first
us
or
your
Air India's came
attention
first, this
as
came
we bring
first.
you through this
This
important
is
safety
Singapore
briefing
Airlines
and on
same
a journey
safety
through
instructions
Singapore.
video where they promote Singapore. I want you to tell the difference between this and the video that we just watched. Can you see this? The location that they provide.
During takeoff and landing, ensure that your tray table is stowed away. Put the back of your seat upright and keep your shoes on. Before we take off, stow your luggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead compartments. Make
See?
sure that your seat belt is securely
They
fastened
show you where it
during
was taken,
taxi, takeoff,
right?
and landing.
So
To fasten, bring the two ends of the
two
seat belt
videos,
together until you hear a
both
click.
for the same purpose.
Tighten it by
Both
pulling
are
on the strap.
airplane safety
To
manual
unfasten, lift the metal
videos.
flap.
So, which one was better? I mean, I did not show you the full video, understandably so, because I didn't want to take too much of your time. But you can watch the video and extrapolate the points that I'm trying to make. What is the difference between both videos? This is India, sir. That is Singapore. But what is the basic difference? Culture and tradition. Both kind of show that, right? From Singapore sense and from India sense. I want what is the difference in both these videos? Sorry? Here also they will show flight. Maybe in a later part of the video. I'm sorry I cut it off before they showed the flight. But I'm looking for a very fundamental point. So, see, here is the question. Extrapolate the question. Imagine you as a foreign tourist going to both of these countries, Indian Airlines and Singapore Airlines. Both of these videos are shown to you. As a foreign tourist, what is the basic fundamental difference that you get? Sound effects, service, security. Okay, so I am from America. I am not from America, but imagine I am from America, right? I travel in the Air India flight and they show me all the videos and they show me the whole video that played. Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, Kathakali, all that I learnt. After getting down the flight, what will happen? I'll visit where? I'll visit where? Imagine I'm an American going to Singapore and I saw the video that Singapore Airlines shows me. Now where do I go? To the places that the video told me to go to. Any marketing material is three things, okay? If even one of these elements go missing, your marketing elements are of no use at all. So the first one being, you have to be reliable. Singapore Airlines cannot make a video and say, we have Qutub Minar here. It has to be reliable. So this reliability comes from the previous slide of integrity. If you are an integral enough marketer, you will be reliable. Cool. The second one, relatable. As a tourist or as somebody on a flight, I will find both these videos relatable. I want to know about the culture, I want to know about the people, I want to know about the art. Both these are relatable to me, but actionable. after studying, after watching, after consuming, after looking at the marketing material that you just showed me, there should be an action for me to perform. Click here, purchase now, visit our website, sign up for a newsletter, or go to Hanging Gardens. This way, I think both videos, although similar ethos, similar structure, similar purpose, I think the Singapore Airlines did a better job because there was an actionable insight. So I'll end my session with a few words. As a marketer, always be reliable. As a person, it's good to be reliable. But I'm not here to give advice on your personal life. அம்மா அப்பா கிட்ட போய் சொல்லாதீங்க சொல்கிறதுக்கு நான் இங்கே வரல. அட்லீஸ்ட் கஸ்டமர்கிட்ட போய் சொல்லாதீங்க. ரைட்? கம்பெனி விட்டு தூக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா வேறு கம்பெனிக்கு போய் நல்ல கம்பெனியில் வேலை செய்யுங்க. Or build a brand that solely relies on telling the truth and selling. Be reliable. Be relatable. To whom? Not to everybody in the room. To the person that probably has the ability and the necessity to buy your product. Be reliable to them. Okay? So there was a company called BlackBerry. They sold phones to business class people only because they had encrypted emails. And then everybody else wanted to buy BlackBerry, but BlackBerry kept telling this is only for business people, so people stopped buying BlackBerry and the company died. Be relatable to every potential customer there is out there. And very importantly, third, have one action to perform for the customer. Like somebody here said, people want to feel included in the advertisement, right? Make them post something with a hashtag, make them scan something, make them buy something, make them do a cartwheel, right? Do anything that will probably validate your marketing efforts. So these are the 3 words that I as a marketer live by. And all the things that I've shared with you is things that I have personally noticed, learnt, and employ in my everyday work. If you have anything at all, my email ID is pretty simple, selva.sundaram180@gmail.com. Or you can connect with me on LinkedIn. It's Selva M, that's all. Selva M, and it's me in the same picture as the picture that was circulated. I sit like this with a red tag, that is me. You can connect with me on either email or LinkedIn and ask the questions you have about today's presentation, or in general, anything that you have about marketing, right? Any questions for now? Content marketing, okay. So the question is that I explain a little about content marketing. I'll take 10 minutes to explain my process as a content marketer, right? So content marketing probably encapsulates roles like a content strategist. First things first, strategy is key. So content strategist will look at your product or service, go to the market, look at the customer, look at the search engine, find what keywords rank for this particular customer, and connect all 3 dots to give you topics or ideas that you can further expand upon. So a content strategist reads content, analyzes competition, searches for keywords, understands customer, and gives you topics to write or publish content about. Then comes the job of a content writer, where you write blogs, websites, or other written material that you will promote on the right channels with the right keywords. Say for example, you write for Gnanam School of Business. A content strategist will come to you and say, these are the keywords that we can rank well for. And you start writing about these, you start writing with these keywords in place, and you write the different things that you want that will probably induce somebody, that will probably give them that little push that they need to come visit your website. And the website is, again, like I said, the whole point of your website is the CTA, the last button. So your content should gradually nudge them down and have them click on it. This gradual nudging them down cannot be done only with content writing. That's where a copywriter comes in. A copywriter is a content writer, but lazy. They want to write only few words. I am probably a copywriter by the day because I handle social media also. So when you write for shorter formats, it's copywriting. The H1, the first heading of your website is H1. So you nudge them down and you click on the last button. If not for your website, where else does the content go? This is where a content distributor comes into play. A content distributor receives content from copywriter and content writer, goes to the designer and says, this is the content we have, and we have to publish it in different mediums. So design it or make it digestible for these different formats. So you have a big blog, and you go to a designer and say, make me a video where this blog is broken into pieces and appears as a video text video, right? Or you go to a designer and say, I want to publish this blog, so give me a top image, a banner image for this blog. And then you get the designs from him and identify the different avenues that you want to publish your blog in. Now, where do you know what these avenues are? That is where your content manager comes into play. Your content manager understands where your customer is, what content they consume, and what format they consume in. So they give these information to the content distributor, and the content distributor publishes these blogs, articles, social media posts, videos on the respective channels of marketing that we talked about. The final one is the data analyst. This person comes into play and says, these many number of people have read your blog. These many number of people have visited your website. These many number of people have seen your video. Now, out of these, all the people that consumed your content, these many percentage of people, say 2%, 3% of the people signed up for the product. Now, you go back to the content strategist and say, this 2%, 3% that are signing up for the product, we want content for these people particularly. This is the cycle. It starts with the content strategist, goes back to the content strategist. They decide whom to write for, what to write, and what medium to write. And the content writers and the copywriters carry the task over. The content distribution specialist, they take the content across the room, and the data analyst analyzes the effectiveness of the content. At all times, remember, no matter what influencer you have on camera, no matter what good design you have on board, no matter how good the business is, if you're telling the wrong message, all of it comes crumbling down. So this is why they say content is key, or content is king for a digital marketing strategy, right? Okay. So any other questions? No? Okay, peace out, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Here for the guests, those who are arriving for it, Mr. Adarsh Chandra Nigam, partner, India and Singapore, Stanton Chase.
Request Dr. SBS Aruldas, CEO GSB, to felicitate Mr. Adarsh Chandra Nigam, partner, India and Singapore, Stanton Chase, previously CXO hiring Mumbai. Thank you, sir, for accepting the honor.
Story is a tale of constant adaptation, revision, and change, says Richard Branson. Mr. Adarsh Chandranigam is a dynamic character who leads higher education practice at Stanton Chase Executive Search. He works with large Indian and global firms for leadership hiring across supply chain management, logistics, life science, and healthcare sector. Mr. Adarsh has 3 decades of vast experience in sales and marketing, training and development, knowledge management, and strategic initiatives in various industries. He obtained his MBA in marketing from Institute of Business Management and currently pursuing his PhD in Symbiosis International University. Mr. Adarsh has part of Talwaka's journey from 10 gyms to 200 plus gyms in Mumbai. His analysis in Indian fitness industry led to early stage investment in growfitter.com. He played a pivotal role in strategic association with Bollywood celebrity Malaika Arora for Diva Yoga, worked with Master Chef Sanjeev Kapoor and his multiple restaurants. Mr. Adarsh is the advisor personum in a genetic research organization. It is an immense pleasure to welcome such diversified and dynamic personality amidst us. We welcome you to the portals of GSB, sir.
Thank you all for finding time to listen to me. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I'll give a quick background of what my company does, and then I'll talk about why I'm here. So there are recruitment firms who hire people for companies, and then there are executive search firms who do senior leadership hiring for large companies at the CXO level. So when companies, whether private or listed, Indian or multinational, they want to hire a CFO, a CEO, CTO, head of supply chain, a vice chancellor, a pro vice chancellor, dean, they reach out to firms like us. Stanton Chase is one of them. I am part of Stanton Chase South Asia office. I have an office in Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, Calcutta, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia. In the region, we are opening a couple of more offices also. We are a large company in 50 countries with 80 offices. I am part of the higher education practice, which means I help hire senior leadership people in the higher education. So my team and I, we regularly work with some of the largest universities and B schools in India to hire in designations, leadership roles like vice chancellors, pro vice chancellors, deans, directors, etc. In non-academic roles like head of HR, CFO, head of international relationships. This has given me some insights into how careers can be built in higher education. But otherwise, I have run multiple companies across last 3 decades. I have been a CXO for about 1.5 decades in various companies. I've run a startup in 5 countries, did an exit. I have investments in companies which work in multiple geographies. I'm going to share my insights and my mistakes and how I learned from them on how to build your career, how to use networking to get a better job. Now, when you're a student, the first thing you want to know, when can I get a job? Number 1. How much money will I get? How can I get a better job than that? If my friend has got a job at 5 lakh rupees, how do I get a job at 6 lakh rupees? If somebody's got a 6 lakh rupees, how do I move to 7? At some point, how do I move to 10, 15, 20, 50 lakh rupees? So there are people whose starting salary is 50 lakh rupees. There are people whose starting salary is 5 lakh rupees. What is the difference between them? Not much actually. It is how you position yourself and where you come from. There is always a beginning point. The beginning point is never your last station of your journey. It is always a beginning point. So whether you begin at 4 lakh rupees or 5 or 8 lakh rupees, it's a beginning point. You can reinvent yourself and move up. How do you do that? There are multiple ways of doing that. I have about an hour with me. I'll try and finish my discussion in about 45 minutes so that I can use that rest of the time to answer any questions that you people may have and help you. Can we have the screen? MBAs, you would have done presentations if you're in a business school. The presentation you're seeing here, we'll see here, is most un-MBA presentation you will ever see in your life. It has more colors than the number of dresses girls are wearing over here. I can see many colors, my presentation has more colors than that. Very, very un-MBA. Why? You will remember it. A black and white presentation, everybody does that. Be different. It depends on how you are different. Okay, if you have a tech issue, then that means something is going right. Till we started, anybody, any questions about anything? Whatever I've said till now, if you have any questions, you would want me to focus on something specific, happy to answer. Oh, there we are. Any one of you has been to Bombay? Mumbai? Anybody? Okay, great. The first picture that you will see is me standing on the terrace of my office. This is the ocean behind me, and on the corner is Mahalakshmi Temple, the famous Mahalakshmi Temple in Mumbai in South Bombay. My office used to be just next to it. That's me when I was slightly more slimmer, a few years back. Okay, great, thank you so much. So we are going to talk about how can we connect, learn, grow, engage. How do you do that? Okay. Okay, sorry, gone ahead. ABC of networking. You will see many colors. There is a reason behind it. If you want to build a career in any industry, identify what are you good at. Are you good at sales? Are you good at marketing? Are you good in supply chain? Are you good in content creation? Can you be a good speaker? Can you do podcasts? Can you create reels? What can you be good at? Chetan Bhagat did studies in IIT, IIM, worked in a bank, and then started writing books. And then he was judging dance shows. Does it mean that if you have to study in a business school, you have to only work in a company? No. You can build your career wherever your passion is. Education, whether it is engineering or management, is a foundation block of structured thinking. It is telling you how to do structured thinking, and so that you can grow ahead. Identify your community. Connect with the opinion leaders in your community. This could be a community on LinkedIn, it could be on Instagram, it could be on Twitter, it could be your professional community within your school, colleges. Learn from them, engage them. Read, learn, listen, read as much as possible. Most of us assume things. We do not read enough. Read as much as possible, then you can have a conversation based on facts rather than emotions. Avoid assumptions. Comments, engage, interact if you're on social media. Don't get into arguments. And always remember, you can win a political or religious argument. The person in front of you will always remember, and the digital world will never allow you to forget. You may be starting as a student today, and you can think I can get away with anything. 10 years down the line, the same argument will come back to haunt you. Keep your social media clean, always. I do hiring. When I hire, let's say, a dean of computer science, my team would take permission from the candidate and actually go and study every social media that they would have worked on in the last 10 years, whatever post they have written. Because I would want to make sure we are not taking somebody controversial or somebody who will create problem. We obviously would take permission, but we'll look at that. So keep your social media clean. If you're a student, be a student. If you're working in an organization, focus on that organization. Okay, sorry. So once you, अब मैं क्या करूं? So what should I do of networking? Define how would you like to be known. Create your own content. So a lot of us do not know how to create content. I'll talk about that also. Always remember, if you are doing a TikTok video, I'm not judging you. You are doing something on Instagram, you're doing something on LinkedIn, Twitter, or you have your own podcast, or you're writing a book, or you're writing on Medium or some other platform. Use your own images if possible. If you're using somebody else's image, get credit. Create your own content. ChatGPT can help you, but use ChatGPT even if you're using that with your own thoughts to create something over there. Keep it short, keep it sweet, keep it polite. If somebody else's content is over there, which is out there viral, share that content on your social media. It will immediately create the virality of your own account. Respond, not react. Most people argue on social media because they think you have to win an argument, whether it is about politics, religion, work, or something. Don't do that. That will never help you. Be consistent. So these are the most popular social media networks which most of us would have heard of. Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, TikTok for China, LinkedIn, etc., etc. I'm going to focus more about LinkedIn in this discussion and tell you how you can use LinkedIn for your strength rather than something else. Let me give you a case study from Twitter. In December 2016, Samsung had about 12 million followers on Twitter, which is 12 million, 1 crore, 20 lakh, 12,000, 738. So they figured out that they had 30,000 followers, and they had an average of 336 followers. Each follower had another 302 followers. So they figured out that their tweets are being retweeted by 1,302 people. So the total audience of the tweet made by Samsung Mobile can be calculated as, this is a reach for one tweet. What is the cost of one tweet? Just one tweet. This is a reach. So if you have the right audience who is engaging you, the key word over here is engaging you. Having an audience and having an audience that is engaging are two different things. People engage with you when you engage with them. So if you are a brand, you will engage with your customer. For example, Zomato is very good in engaging. Swiggy is very good in engaging. Then there are brands who are just there. They don't engage as much as possible. So if you engage with your audience engages with you. For any large company, this is gold mine, the amount of money they will make. So if they're launching a new product, they're launching a new service, they're launching an upgrade, the amount of phones they will sell through this is amazing. Can anybody tell me who made this statement, or where have you heard this statement? Anybody? Anybody sees movies over here? हाँ, किसने बोला? Correct. What's your name, sir? Subbu, sir. Spider-Man. In every Spider-Man movie, this statement is there. With great power comes great responsibility. The joke is, with great power also comes a great power bill. If you're using a lot of power, you will have the bill also to pay for it. But what happens with power? If you don't use your power well, it also works against you. But if you have a great network, you will also have great power. For example, the largest number of followers on Twitter are with Elon Musk, followed by Barack Obama. If we look at TikTok, I didn't know who this guy was. I knew who he was, but I didn't know by name. I had to search who this guy is, the first one. There's a reason I'm telling you. 162 million followers. You know what's the population of Trichy city? कितनी पॉपुलेशन है त्रिची की? तंजावुर का पॉपुलेशन कितना है? What's the population of Tanjavur? 1 million people approximately? 10 lakh, 20 lakh log? Right, if it is 20 lakh people, that's 2 million people. This guy has a followership of 162 million people. US has a population of 350 million people. United States of America, total population is 350 million people. Which means there must be 175 or 180 adults. Others could be children. his followership in a way is equal to the size of the adult population of the United States. Cristiano Ronaldo, the most celebrated celebrity on Instagram, followed by Leo Messi, Selena Gomez. What is common between Cristiano and Messi? Anybody? Perfect. Is Selena Gomez a footballer? She's a singer, she's a performer. You could be from any category. Now look at the number of followers, 578 million people. That's like 1/3 population of India. 1.4 billion people over here. Almost 600 million people are his followers from all over the world. Can you see? This was a team that I ran about 5 years back. These colors look better. This is a different screen. No corporate has people who wear these kind of clothes. This is official working clothes of my company. So we were in a sales review meeting, and I used to run a company. We sold fitness merchandise. We sold apparels. So everybody's wearing a t-shirt, a short, a jacket, a legging, including the shoe. That's me somewhere over there. You know the white guy, white hair guy over there. So we sold everything. And we wore everything that we sold. So we used to market our own products. We would walk at places. This, by the way, is one of the fastest and largest growing fitness brand in the world called Zumba Fitness. So I used to represent Zumba in this part of the world. And we used to run. You build a community, the community builds opportunities. Your network will help build everything else. So we sold products in 5 countries because of the community and because of the network that we created. The leggings that you see in this photograph were a typical of about 4,000 rupees, the leggings, which the women are wearing. An average t-shirt over here is about 2,500 rupees. These prices are double of what the market prices are of similar kind of products, or maybe 3 times. Why would people buy a product which is so expensive? A, the quality was good, but B, it was a great brand, which if you guys later on, if you have done a Zumba fitness program, great. Anybody who has not done a Zumba fitness program, you can open your phone later on and just do a Google search on Zumba Fitness. Zumba is a dance-based fitness program. It's from Colombo. The founders are now in US. It's one of the fastest growing fitness program in the world. 99% users of this program are women. It's in 180 countries. But these are things which most men wouldn't even have heard of. There is a niche in a community where you can do great sales. So this is a better photograph. This is too small. So this is the community of LinkedIn. 194 million people in US use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a networking tool with a population of 350 million people, which means almost every adult in US is using LinkedIn. Compared to that, in India, only 96 million people or 100 million people are using LinkedIn, which is out of 1.4 billion people, not even 10th. But LinkedIn is one of the most powerful tools you can use to get a job, trust me. It's one of the most powerful, and I'll show you exactly how you'll do it. So this is me, a few years back. I was in my building gym doing workout, and I took a photograph. I used to post quite regularly earlier on social media, and I had a policy that I would post every week or every 2 weeks. Now the kind of work that I do obviously can't be posted on social media. You can't talk about that you've hired a CEO for this company because everything is confidential that we do, right? So what is the point on being in social media if you can't post? So what would I post? I would post about my fitness, my workout ritual. So when I posted this picture, after a week's time, I'm not sure if you can read, but this photograph had 14,000 views. This particular post had 14,000 views, and I was very happy. I said, wow, 14,000 people have seen this post. That's a good number, right? I'm sure your probably Instagram photos have much more views, but I was very happy with it. Then this I posted on the 2nd of January. We shifted to a new office in Bombay. We had an office puja, and I decided to be an Indian, go in Indian traditional dress, in dhoti kurta. In my office building, when I walked into my office building, the security stood up, उनको लगा कोई politician आया है. अरे I said नहीं, मैं यही काम करता हूँ. Half of the people stopped on the way. कि वो धोती कुर्ता में कौन आया है? You become different. People, my office is in the most expensive building in BKC in Bombay. हम Zumba देख रहे हैं? Are we watching Zumba or doing something else? I mean, I can do some Zumba dance moves over here for all of you, but so my office partner said, Adarsh, you should do the puja today. So I led the puja and everything, and I did this post. And before leaving office, I posted this on my LinkedIn. Within a week's time, this had 57,000 views. My earlier post, which was 2 years back, after a week had 14,000 views, and I was very happy. This had 57,000 views. You know what was the difference? When I wrote this post, this photograph gives a context. This post gives a context. So what you write and what you post as a picture, there has to be a story. If you tell a story, people will listen to a story. When you go to see a movie, whether it is Rajnikant, whether it is Mr. Bachchan, whether it is Shah Rukh Khan, whether it is Nagarjuna, we are listening to somebody's story. Your TikTok, your Instagram, your resume, your LinkedIn, you are sharing a story, which is your story. If you share that story well, people will respond to that story, people will listen to it, people will engage with you, people will respond to it, and you will have more followers who will talk to you about it. Once you build a community, trust me, that community will take you to places you can't even imagine. So when I wrote this post, I was very clear in my mind, this post is to engage with the people. So the words written in this post were edited in my mind 10 times. I did not use ChatGPT. I am a good writer. I wrote this post on my own. The way I wrote it, I was very clear what I wanted to write. And I got the results that I wanted. The advantage was there were a lot of people in the higher education industry on whose timeline this post went. When I wrote this post, I probably had about 14,000 or 13,000 LinkedIn connects. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. I had 1,000 LinkedIn requests over the next 5 days. 1,000 LinkedIn Connect requests. More importantly, if it reached 57,000 people, which means it reached at least 40,000 people who are not connected to me, right? Because Subbu sir, Arul sir, or somebody else commented, wrote, shared, or did something, it took me to a lot of people who are my potential clients. It helped me in my business. There was an objective. My objective was not to become popular. I can't become popular. There are hundreds of people who are far more celebrities. I don't even consider myself. But I had a certain objective that I want it to reach people in higher education, and it reached. It helped me in my business. That you should have an objective very clear. If the objective is, if you do a reel on Instagram and 20,000 people see it, great. But the objective is, did you make money out of it or not? End of the day, either you should get Padam Shri or you should get money. Everything else is in between. If you're not making either one of them, then you're wasting your time. So I started looking at some people on the digital media. Anybody knows any of these people? Instagram mat kholna. Anybody, just stand up if you know the name. Any one of them. These are all people. Khade ho, come on, the last row. Somebody was raising the hand, huh? Come on. What does he do? Huh? Louder. ए भाई लाउडर. अच्छा, स्क्रीन ही बंद कर दिया, इतना गुस्सा. Okay. He's an entrepreneur, Dan, you're right. He's a poker enthusiast, has 32.4 million followers. He's a comedian from Brazil, 59.4 million followers. An actress, 54 million followers. It's a beauty product program, 3 million followers. Privacy Pals is a fashion brand, 100,000 followers, but extremely high sales. Chubbies is a brand built by men. They sell sort of like shorts for men, comfortable shorts. Almost 500,000 followers. Amway is the best looking luggage. Away is a good brand. Away is a brand which is of luggage. They say our luggage is a beautiful luggage. You should take it to airport to take photographs. And for some reason, everybody who uses that brand, the suitcases, they go to the airport, they take photographs and they put it on social media. So they built a story. We are the most beautiful luggage brand. Check them out on Instagram or other places. There was a story. Build a product, build a story. If you are a story, that story should be told correctly. So we are all connected with each other depending on how we are connected, and that will help us improve our network and probably help us to get a better job, make more money, become celebrity. So if you write a book, become be successful. This is not going to be very clear probably for people from far away, but a lot of people use LinkedIn for networking and for job search. The advantage that you should know today is 70% of the jobs are never advertised. So if you go to Naukri.com, you go to a job site, you go to a Times of India, you go to Hindu, Indian Express, any newspaper, look at the jobs, look at all the vacancies which are available on the internet. That is only 30% of the jobs which are there. What happens to 70% of people? They are filled through references. So if people know you exist, you have this ability, they will call you for a job. If they don't know who you are, if you're not searchable on your preferred social media, how will they give you a job? Whether that job is of an actor, that job is for a script writer, or for a chef, or a financial expert, or a marketing expert, 70% of jobs will not even get advertised. These are the jobs which are probably the highest paid jobs. So this is, I have only 2 more slides, right? Let's imagine, what's your name? Arun. Arun, imagine if you have 40 friends, right? Which is the first 5 lines. Each of them has 35 friends. And then each of them has 45 friends. What is your reach? Can you tell me? You want a calculator, a phone, something? Can you put a rough number to it? 80. 120. थोड़ा आगे बढ़ो. Go up. अरे वहाँ बैठ के ही बढ़ो. हाँ, go. Take the number up. Take the number up. From 120, let's go up. Are, be confident, you can do it, it's free. अरे you are laughing, हाँ? Second row. हाँ मैम बताइए कितना होगा आपका नेटवर्क? हाँ? That is the power of your. If you all connect with each other, the people that know you and who know them, you are a million community right now, a million community. Just having 40 friends who have 35 friends, who have 45 friends, it's a simple mathematical equation, into. That's the power of networking. How do you get a job? The first question that each one of us should ask ourselves, what do we do with the power of networking? So what do I do? I talk to people. I meet people. Today I know so many more of you. Yesterday we did an event in Bombay where we had two CEOs. One was the CEO of HDFC Life, another was CEO of VIP Industries. Both are women, both are chartered accountants, both were CFOs before they became CEOs. So we had an interaction with them along with about 100 empowered, highly impactful women leaders in Bombay. It was a networking meeting. What was the advantage? We learned from those two CEOs. There were another 100 impactful women. So as an organization, we got connected with so many more people who 10 years down the line would be CEOs or at that level. So we invested in that relationship today. A relationship can never be transactional, which is going to make money for you. A relationship has to be genuine. You have to invest in that. You have to create, whether it is by writing, whether it is by doing a reel, whether it is by doing a dance and making a community on Instagram, fair enough, whatever works for you, whether it by solving a problem. There are so many new tools, ways. You could do podcasts, you could do audios, you could do writings, you could look at the community where you are going to work. If you're going to work in a hotel, can you solve a problem? Can you get into quality control? You have to see, okay, which are the problems there? Which are the industry experts? How can I work with them? How can I talk to them? A lot of my friends are CEOs in various companies. Many of them mentor students in various colleges. Why do they do that? Because that's very joyful experience to give back to the society. Networking is a two-way street. If you reach out to people, people will work with you, will help you grow also. Each of these things, if done properly, in an engaging manner, will help you move a needle into getting a job. That job could be your option. Your decision could be, I want to become an MLA from Kumbakonam in the next election, which is a good idea. Anybody wanting to become MLA, let me know. I can take a selfie with you. I'll use it later on then. See, I know this MLA. Right? Who said yes? Yeah, ye to khatan. MLA from Kumbakonam. What's your name? See, we have a future politician also. I'm going to call up Mr. Annamalai and say, sir, there's competition coming up. Please sit down. Identify what you want. Have a plan to where you want to go. Has anybody of you read a book called or heard about a book called Alice in Wonderland? Anybody? Very good. You behind. Piche. Yeah, stand up. Who wrote Alice in Wonderland? Okay, this is a story of what? Wonderful. Sit down. It's a girl in fantasy world. That girl's name is Alice. So there's a story behind the story. This book was written by Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll was a student of mathematics in the Oxford University. He was a poor student. He didn't have enough money, so he would for food every day. So he would go to his boss's house and say, sir, I have this problem in mathematics. So his boss would say, oh, sit down, let's have dinner together. His boss would help his wife make food, and his daughter's name was Alice. So he would tell her a story every night. A collection of that stories became Alice in Wonderland. Lewis Carroll later on went to write the set theory, and he won the Nobel Prize also. So a writer of Alice in Wonderland is also a mathematician. There's a statement in this book. Alice is lost. It's a fantasy world. So Alice is lost over there. And she asks another character called Mad Hatter. Mad Hatter, which road should I take? So Mad Hatter says a very profound statement. He says, Alice, where do you want to go? She says, I don't know. It's a wonderland. I don't know where I have to go. So Mad Hatter says, Alice, if you do not know where you want to go, any road will take you there. Which means, in simpler words, if you do not know what you want to do, you are lost. Whatever you do, you will think you're going somewhere. you will still be lost. First, identify what is it that you want to do, where you want to go. That decision can be wrong. That's absolutely okay. You may change that decision every 6 months. From becoming a politician, he may become a singer. He may become like SP Balasubramanian, sir. You could become anything, but first decide, you guys have taken a decision, I want to be a management graduate, therefore, in future I would like to do A, B, C, D. Maybe because it helps me get a good job, maybe because my father said, my friend said, or whatever reason. Good. That's a good first step. Then decide next, okay, is it any job or is it a specific kind of job in which I want to grow? What is your passion? You can do a job which gives you money, or you can follow your passion, build something, and create something absolutely amazing. Remember, people of your age will change the world. India is a young country. We have youngsters all over the country. People of your age who will decide to change the world will actually change the world. The rest of us will just keep sitting like, like Alice in Wonderland. We'll say, we don't know where we want to go, so whichever road we take is fine. Find what you want, identify your passion, network yourself into that community. Whether that's a community of politicians, that's a community of people working in financial industry, community of people working in music industry, community of people working, you could be an athlete. You know how much does an elite fitness instructor earn every month? A fitness instructor, a good fitness instructor who's certified can earn between 1 and 5 lakh rupees a month. Shocked? A good fitness instructor who's qualified, certified from a right place can easily earn a lakh rupee a month. And if you're good, you can earn between 1 and 5 lakh rupees a month. You can earn more than that also. There is no dearth of money in our country. No dearth of money. There is lack of people with ambition to chase that career, that dream. Or this lack of awareness how to reach there. We all want to be somewhere, right? But if you do not know how to reach there, which is the reason I would suggest when you network with the right people. Don't network with the wrong people. People will waste your time. Don't allow them. Build a community which works for you, which empowers you, which motivates you. If you're the smartest person in your room, wherever you are, you're in the wrong room. Be with people who are better than you, where you can learn more from them. I think that was the last one. Yes. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And look, don't tell me it was so boring that everybody's asleep already. I will ask questions if you don't ask questions. That is more dangerous. 3-4 people have just put their head down. Okay, let me not even be visible.
Sir, that was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Really enjoyed it. You're in the field of education, recruiting people in education.
Yes.
So, how do you see, my question is, I'm finding it difficult to understand the situation today where there's there's this formal education system on one side and a lot of skilling happening online and there are other. So how much of this formal education system is going to help in our career, or is it really necessary? Can we skip, can we do what we want to do when we want to do, and then can we climb the ladder through that route also? Is it, how does the industry see it?
There are 2 questions in this. I'll try and answer both of them. I think skilling is not just important, it's also essential. Most of people of my generation are coming to a point where they will need to be reskilled. All of you are younger, though you probably have different skills altogether. There's a legal context to it. There's a NEP, which is New Education Policy 2020, which allows a lot of skilling credits to be taken from point A into your formal education, which could be at other places. Skilling allows you to take those programs which are not happening in your institute. For example, all of you can join IIT Madras's program on artificial intelligence or cyber security, which may or may not be in your school, and take those credits into your formal education system. That education will definitely help you when you're looking at a job, number one. But if you're looking at higher education, from a faculty perspective, I think a brick and mortar or a formal education will always be important. It will always be required, even 100 years from now. From a student perspective, I personally feel coming to an institute helps build culture, gives you more experience and exposure of people in the world, which you're not going to learn from a digital context. Half of the people who are learning on devices, after some time move to YouTube, WhatsApp and Instagram. How much are we learning? Maybe we are, but the amount of learning you will do by being in an ecosystem, in an institute like this, there will be a lot of behavioral learning, which is absolutely important, critical, and much required. Skilling will help. There are a lot of programs which are under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana or different skill sector councils across the world. If you do not have access to formal education, you can always undergo a skilling program. For example, there is a large sector in beauty and wellness. You could become a nail spa treatment expert. I didn't know something called nail spa treatment expert. These people make 2,500 rupees for doing nail extensions or something. 2,500 rupees for nails, I mean, it takes me 45 seconds to cut my nails. And then nail spa extension, the girls are laughing. So 2,500. Imagine if you have got even 5 clients in a day. How much money is that? That's a skill. You will have to be certified to make the 2,500 rupees, otherwise you will get only 500 rupees. So a good beautician makes about 1,00,000 rupees a day. A okay beautician makes less than. Most men go to a hair saloon, where they pay 100, 150 rupees. Women go to salon and they pay 500 to 2,000 rupees. Why? They appreciate the value over there. They are probably people cutting those hairs are more certified or more qualified, and they understand the requirements of this hair needs serum, this needs keratin, this needs this treatment, this and that treatment. ये wash भी करना पड़ेगा, ये करना पड़ेगा. A man would go, अरे बाल काट दो जरा, हाँ छोटे कर दो, बस हो गया, खत्म हो गया कहानी. So men behave differently, but the skilling will allow the same guy to charge you 5,000 rupees for that. That is the power of skilling. You have to invest in yourself. Without investment, nothing will happen. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is, building a strong committee you mentioned before. So is it necessary to build a strong committee? In terms of education, I'm saying.
Okay. If you do not have competition, whom you will compete with? Whom you will get inspired with?
So inspired by myself, because yourself is the first competitor.
ये Instagram पे रहता आदमी, I'm sure. So there's a very famous Bengali song, which lines are Ekla Chalo Re. You know, that song says if you walk alone, you will walk faster. But I personally believe if you walk with others, you will walk stronger. So a community enables you to stand up when you fall. It will criticize you, guide you, and help you. If you are alone, you will not even know your own shortcomings. A community which is empowering and supporting, community typically usually is, will actually allow you to do that. It will not happen overnight. It will take time. But I would personally say having a community is much better than going solo. Some things are better in solo. I mean, you can do solo traveling, you can do family traveling. It depends on what works with you, how your mood is. But community usually, so when you're down, when you're broken, who will build you? If you think you can build yourself again and again and again, you're either very good or you're a psychopath. which one of you would want a job starting at 10 lakh rupees? I can offer a couple of jobs. Which one of you? Raise your hands. Which one of you would want a job? Nobody wants a job at 10 lakh. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Done. किसी ने तो हाथ उठाया. You should first learn to dream. Dare to dream. And then you will achieve. Put a number for yourself. Okay? People before me in this institute have earned this. Good. Before that have earned this. I would like to go beyond that. When I was being introduced, somebody spoke about my ex-boss, Chef Sanjeev Kapoor. Has anybody heard of Master Chef Sanjeev Kapoor? He's a Padam Shri. Great. Anybody else? You have heard. Those who have not heard, Master Chef Sanjeev Kapoor put Indian culinary out of the kitchen into television. He ran the largest running TV show in this country called Khana Khazana. Khana Khazana till now is the longest running TV show till it ran. He was a master chef. When Sanjeev was studying, he did his hotel management from IHM Pusa in Delhi. And when he passed, he was a topper in his batch. And Sanjeev took Sanskrit in his board exams because he knew he could get 100 out of 100 in Sanskrit. He was a smart guy. How many people think I will take Sanskrit and I'll get 100 out of 100? We are scared of Sanskrit. He took Sanskrit and he got 100 out of 100 over there. He's a very smart guy. So when he finished his training as a chef, he joined Ashoka or Centaur Hotel, a government hotel. And he asked his boss was a head chef. So he asked his boss after first month or second month, sir, how do I become the head chef? He said, I have worked for 15 years. Then I got this position, 15 or 18 or something, and I worked 8 hours a day. So Sanjeev said, if I work 16 hours a day, can I do it in 7.5 years? He said, are you mad or what? Sanjeev got that post in 7 years. He worked 17 hours a day. His boss was working 8 hours, he was working 16, 17 hours a day. He became the youngest executive chef of India at the age of 28 or 29. That record, I don't think, has been broken since then. So Sanjeev Kapoor was sponsored by Indian government to, Indian government sends its own people, chefs, to go abroad and learn further. So he went, I think he went to Berlin or somewhere else to learn further about global cuisine and teach over there also, and came back. So if there were for example, if there were 50 dishes that had to be learned in those 1 month, Sanjeev came back and he was a master in all those 15 dishes. It doesn't usually happen. It doesn't happen like this. Sanjeev became the first chef in India to receive Padam Shri. I think the first chef in India to receive Padam Shri. Chef Sanjeev Kapoor is an example. I used to work with him. He is one of my mentors, one of the people who have inspired me a lot. He's not just a great guy. He's a master chef. He's also an amazing businessman. He runs a TV channel called Food. He has restaurants all across the world. I think he's got some 13 or 14 brands of restaurants. His books are the largest selling cookery books in India. Until Harry Potter books came, his books were the largest selling books in any genre in India. So you can be one person, you can be a chef in a hotel, and you can then start representing the Indian identity globally also. You have to decide where you want to go. Your aspiration has to be high. He comes from a very normal, simple family. His father was a banker. Very, very normal family. Very simple family. I can tell you tons of examples people who came from very normal, simple background. If you have not seen the movie, you should see the movie of Mahendra Singh Dhoni, which has been built on that, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Each one of you has a potential to be a successful entrepreneur, professional, film star, athlete, writer, producer, director, chef, or politician, each one of you. Find your path, Work on that path. Build a community which supports you. Follow your passion. Any other question? Abhi bhi hai?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, would you please tell us that? Would you please tell us what you said about the goal setting, sir?
Say about?
Goal setting. Setting up the goals.
Stealing gold. Stealing is not
Sir,
good.
setting the goals.
Setting goals. Oh, stealing goals, I thought. Stealing gold is not good. Setting goals. You should set goals. You should set goals which are practical and which are slightly difficult. Don't set a goal which is easy.
Sir, because you said that putting the goals for long term, it's going in a long path in a alone way, like that you said, sir. But what do you think about the people who set the goals when they are childhood itself, sir?
Very good. You should have a goal. Any goal that you have, once you are closer to that goal, trust me, you will set another goal. Anybody over here who runs marathon, who runs, anybody who runs for the fun of running, who runs, ma'am, stand up. What do you do? Do you like 400 meters, a marathon? What do you like? You like to run. So when you are running and you have a certain, you see, okay, that building is coming close. How do you motivate yourself when you are running?
We are going to get medals, so we need to run. For everybody, they will give medals, sir.
Okay.
So we need to run fast and get, then there will be rush. So we
How do you keep yourself motivated throughout that running journey?
It's so near only, we should run. There is no any other way we should run.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. Typically, the runners who run marathon, for example, 42 kilometers, or who run half a marathon or 5 kilometers, they know that they can't see the last point over here, right? So they will say, okay, I have to reach there, but I can see that building, I can see that tree, let me run towards that. Let me then run again. So when you set a goal, the closer you reach to that goal, you will say, oh, this was easy. Let me set another goal. You can set up a goal that I would like to be the first in my batch in numbers, or in, let's say, publishing a paper, or going for a conference, or getting scholarship. Once you're closer to that goal, you will automatically set up a higher goal for yourself. There is science in social media. When we see a like on Facebook or Instagram, it releases dopamine in our brain. Dopamine is a chemical which gives us high. So people who do drugs like cocaine or any other drug, any opioid, that drug gives them a high by releasing dopamine. The same thing happens when we use social media and we see likes or engagement. That is the reason social media is called very addictive. The same thing will happen when you start achieving your goals. If you achieve your goals will become your addiction. Your goals will inspire you to pick up a bigger goal. For example, almost at the age of 50, I decided I do not want to work in the corporate world now. I have done almost everything that I wanted. I left everything to pursue my PhD. I was always scared. Will I even be able to do it? I said, what is there to lose? I set up a goal which is so difficult, so challenging. PhD is the only degree which has to be earned. It cannot be given to you. You have to earn it. Every journey is unique. So I set up a goal for myself. Hopefully I'll complete it next year. I hope so. If I don't screw it up, I will. And I kept setting up goals for myself. It helps. Set up goals, modify them once you're achieving them. Don't be irrational. Like if I think that I will start running marathon in 2 months' time, that's not going to happen. If I want to run a marathon, it will take me 1 year of preparation to be there. Be practical, be relevant, be sensible, modify them. Anything else? Great. Thank you so much for coming, for having patience to hear me out, for engaging with me. I hope some of what I have shared resonates with you, and I can leave behind, if one thing which I can leave behind over here would be that each one of you has a potential to be extremely successful in whatever you want to do if you put your mind and effort behind it. Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and if people can give me right answers, I will make sure they get some rewards and awards, right? I don't know what that rewards and awards are. Okay, forget that. I'll tell you another story. Anybody who has been to Singapore? Singapore. Anybody? Naam suna hai Singapore ka? Have you heard of Singapore? Yes or no? Yes. Wonderful. Singapore is a city, is a country? It's a country, also a city. Do you know what is the population of Singapore? Any guess? Lakh mein batao, millions or lakh? अरे कितने लाख? 30 million, बाप रे, नहीं. 4 million people, 40 lakh log. That is the population of Singapore as a country. Probably smaller than Chennai as a city and suburbs put together. Chennai, Trichy mila do, to definitely smaller than that. Singapore has 5 million trees. There are more trees than people in Singapore. 4 million people, 5 million trees. Singapore has an app which is Trees of Singapore. Every tree of Singapore is on that app. Every tree. There are 200 trees which are called elder trees, respected trees. They are taken care of very differently. Singapore, when it got its independence many years back, as a country, they were not self-sustainable. So they went to Malaysia, which is next door, and they said, we would like to be part of Malaysian ecosystem and grow with Malaysia. Malaysia threw them out after 6 months or 1 year. Nahi, chara, go, find your own way. So Singapore's Prime Minister decided, we will build a country which is the best in the world. Now imagine a country, by the way, any idea who set up Singapore, who civilized Singapore as a country? You guys should know this. Sir, go behind 1,000 years. Yes, the Cholas. You should know this, come on. So Cholas ruled, they had a strong navy. Their impact can be seen all over South Asia. So they ruled Singapore and they called it Singapura. So when Singapore got independence, the Prime Minister said, we will build a country which is the crossroads of the world. In Hindi it would be said, Chauraha. You know what's a Chauraha? You know what's a crossroad? If you go to the main street and there are 4 roads cross each other, and there's a circle over there, that's a crossroad of the world. So it was a very big statement for a country which had nothing. So he said, we will build a port for commercial ship lines. The year he made that statement, total number of ships which came to Singapore that year were 0. Here is a guy, you asked a question about goal setting. Here's a guy who set a goal, we want to be the center of universe for shipping. And the total number of commercial ships which came in that country were 0. Absolutely 0. People said, why are we investing so much money? He said, one day this will happen if we prepare for that day. They built a shipyard. I believe for the next 1 year, only some 10-15 ships came. Today, Singapore is the world's biggest shipyard. He built a dream at a time when there were no commercial ships coming to Singapore. Today, the largest shipyard in the world is in Singapore, with a population of only 4 million people. Now they are building a bigger shipyard than that. again with a population of only 4 million people. When COVID happened, Singapore dropped only 12% of its economy, of its business. Singapore has 8 different business streams, industries, main. Tourism was one of them. And they said, okay, each industry should contribute about 10% to our national economy. So only tourism stopped. The rest of the things kept happening. It's a very well-planned country. They dreamt. The opposition party in Singapore works with the government in the dreams that the government thinks. Because they are all working for one country, Singapore. We have to learn from them. To see the dream. To have a plan to implement that dream. Have the courage to follow up on that dream. And then achieve your success. Singapore is a great example. If you go to Singapore, there are t-shirts which are sold in Singapore saying it's a very fine city, F-I-N-E. You know why they say it's a fine city? Because there's a fine for everything. You do anything wrong, they'll immediately fine you. So they make a joke out of it, it's a very fine city. But it's a very organized city. If you want to buy a car in Singapore, you need a license from the government to buy a car. The cost of that license is usually more than the cost of the car. Now imagine your car cost you 50 lakh rupees. The license is costing you 75 lakh rupees or 50 lakh rupees. You know why? The government says we have built a great infrastructure. We've got metro, train, buses, everything is there. Use that. Why are you not using the public infrastructure? So you could be a CEO, you could be a student, you could be a housewife, you could be anybody. Everybody uses public infrastructure in Singapore. It is clean, it works, they take pride in it. If I go to Chennai and take a train from Guindy, I'll have to think twice whether the train is clean, whether it will come in time also or not. Why? In Singapore, if you're traveling, or if in Japan you're traveling, you can check your clock with the train time. We have to become better for the city, the state, the country to become better. No country will improve if we don't improve. In Singapore, people believe everybody, every student in every junior class is taught about 3 hours. Reuse, refurbish, recycle. They don't waste things easily. They don't. So you have to think of how can you contribute and make a change. When I came to the campus, Dr. Dosh showed me around the campus and he said we are a zero wastage campus, which is so amazing. It is so advanced. Trust me, you'll go to many places, you won't find that. You have a great campus, a large, beautiful 12-acre green campus. You have to ask yourself, okay, how do we go beyond that? How do the next generation of students who come after us, we leave a better legacy for them? How do we move beyond? In terms of students, in terms of jobs, in terms of companies who come over here, as a student, what is your job? Your job is to have a good academic program here, build a good career, respect the institute, make name for yourself, make name for your institute, and help improve the institute. I don't think these students are expected to do anything more than that. But for yourself at least, set up goals which are little difficult and improve themselves. I'll give you one last story. I used to have a boss who was 86 years old, rather 86 years young. At that age also, he would do workout for at least 1 to 1.5 hours a day. He would do 50 pull-ups without thinking. You know what is a pull-up? What's a pull-up? Which exercise? How do you do it? There's a bar, you put your hand on the bar, and you pull yourself above shoulder on that bar. Which means you need to have a very strong core to do that. It's not easy. So at the age of 80, he was working out for 1.5 hours a day, and he would do 50 pull-ups easily. 50. I guarantee all of you sitting here, nobody will be able to do 50 pull-ups. Can you do 50 pull-ups? 50 pull-ups. Pakka. Now imagine what an exceptional guy this is. If there are 300 of you over here, test kara lena, make him do 50 pull-ups. It's not easy. So one day I used to work with this gentleman. One day we both came to Hyderabad for a meeting, and I think we were staying in Kakatiya at that time, ITC Kakatiya, and we reached the hotel at 7 p.m. So I said, sir, you must be tired. You should rest. He was at that time 75 years of age. He said, Adarsh, we'll meet after 1 hour. I said, he must be an old man. He will rest. I went to my room and I saw some television. And at 8:30, he called me and we both met. So I said, did you sleep properly? He said, no. I said, what were you doing? He said, I was working out. I said, we both had a full day work in Bombay. We came to Hyderabad and you did a full workout. He was carrying a rubber water fillable dumbbells. He carried his own portable dumbbells with him. And he did complete workout over there in the hotel when I was watching TV. I had so much guilt. But people who have a healthy lifestyle are very different. They are very successful. So if you can do one favor to yourself, adopt a healthy lifestyle. People who are healthier, fitter, science says they get more salary. If 2 of you come for an interview in front of me, 1 of you is fitter than the other, by default, if you ask for more salary, I'll give that. So if you can do yourself a favor, become healthier, become fitter, that will impact you financially in a better manner. And if you are healthy and fit, trust me, you will have a much happier life. You will inspire people. You can walk into a room, people will turn around and say, wow, what a guy, what a girl. So this boss of mine at the age of 86, when he would walk into a place, people would stand up and say, what a fit man he is. At these are small things that you can do. You don't need an expensive gym membership to do that. You can run, you can control your diet, look at what you're eating, not have alcohol or avoid it as much as possible. Have a healthy life. If you are healthier, your professional journey will be much better than those who are unhealthier. Sir, done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your...
It's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Suresh Pal Antony to GSB Forum. Dr. Suresh Pal Antony is a well-respected academician in the management education domain with reference to marketing specialization. He completed his schooling from Salem Holy Cross Matriculation School and later BBA from Saurashtra College, Madurai. He obtained his MBA in marketing from Madurai Kamaraj University and fellowship doctoral program from the prestigious IIM Lucknow. In the initial stage of his career, he served as trainee consultant with Associate Management Consultancy, Salem. With a rich tree and grassroots understanding of a solid 2 decades of experience, he is currently serving as an associate professor with IIM Trichy. Prior serving to IIM Trichy, he was a part of various reputed management educational institutions like XLRI Jamshedpur, Asian Institute of Management Manila, IIM Lucknow, IIM Kozhikode and TSM Madurai. In addition to his illustrious profile, he is a certified expert in brand post simulation and mock-start simulation. Dr. Suresh Pal Antony has successfully conducted various student development programs with reference to participant-centered learning. He has got a strong conviction in, if she or he have love for learning, we can achieve greater heights. He has got a long association with GSB, and he contributed his thoughts in various premier programs earlier we organized. He continues to support us as a knowledge disseminator. With sheer happiness and pride, I present a warm welcome to you, sir, to the portals of GSB as a part of Talking Marketing Conclave 2024. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for accepting the honor.
Good evening. Thank you. I know you're alive if you respond, right? All right. Good evening and welcome to this session. I have titled this as Who is the Customer? Who is your customer? So, did you notice? Did you notice anything on the slide? So, what does that mean? Hello? What does it mean? No, but why is this? Customer. Sorry? Who is the customer? One who buys a product? Is there any other answer? Who is the customer? One at a time, yes. One who buys, regular visitor. Any other answer? Continuous purchase. So that's why we call him a customer. A customer is one who brings in custom, okay, and who comes customarily, which means automatically. There is also another meaning to this. You know, in India we have this very funny way of asking who is the customer, and the answer is anybody who brings in a lot of kasht. Hello? Does it make sense? So it's a customer, right? So anybody who brings in a lot of custom is a customer. And interestingly, across all Indian languages, because the root word is custom, kasht, which is from Sanskrit, you go from South India to the north of India, everybody understands kasht, okay? So this is what we believe, that a customer is fine, but then we are not very comfortable about solving customers' problems. So I chose this topic, who is your customer, to draw attention to the fact that, can you complete? Huh? Yes. So that is the toughest task. The toughest task is to identify your customer, find out who he is. All right, so that's what I'm going to do now. Now, do you recognize this guy? Do you recognize this person? What's he doing? He's challenging you. He's challenging you, right? So do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Hello, she has said a lot of things, but normally I put up a slide. Because in India, when you get caught with your pants down, the first thing we ask is, do you know who I am? Tamil lavadi, ninga na yarun theriyuma? Okay, so do you know who I am? So I have a slide which says, do you know who I am? Just for the fun of it. So I have put together a slide that says who I am. I have also created a logo for myself because I teach marketing and brands. Okay, so there is a S and a P and a A. There is a flame, which I want to be a leading light for others. And there is something called con amore, which means do whatever you do with passion. You be the best tailor in the world, the best photographer in the world, the best student in the world, the best teacher in the world, the best husband in the world. So whatever you want to do, please do it with passion. And established 93, all brands they have, which year they were established. So I'm 1963 model. Okay, so therefore, this is the logo I created for myself. Now, why do we exist? The very big question, why do we exist? Why does Gnanam exist? To serve students. So without students, this institute will have no business. So this is a statement by Peter Drucker. You would have heard of Peter Drucker, have you? Yeah? So this is a famous statement. The purpose of business is to create a customer, right? And the enterprise has only two functions. The first is innovation. We need to come out with something new every year. And the second is to find markets for what we are producing. There's only two functions. The rest are all supplementary. The rest are all incidental, okay? And it is much broader than selling. Marketing, if you ask this a typical layman, they'll say selling is marketing. But marketing is much more than selling. And it says it encompasses the entire business. It is the business from whose perspective? From the customer's perspective. Okay, we might say I am the best faculty in the world, this is the best B school in the world, I am the most handsome guy in the world, that they are all claims. They have no meaning until the customer believes that, well, this is the best in the world. Are you with me? So the business is from the customer's point of view. It's a very nice statement. Please read Drucker. A lot of profound wisdom we have. There's another one I thought I will share with you, again from Drucker. There will always be a need for some selling, but the aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous, which means that our role is to have a customer ready. That's what he says somewhere here. Where is this? Sorry. He says, marketing should result in a customer who is ready to buy. Okay? The customer is just waiting. He's ready, like you prepare the goat for the sacrifice. Have you seen? They prepare the goat for the sacrifice, feed it well, and so on. So marketing's job is to make the customer ready, and then therefore the selling becomes just a easy part of it, right? So that's marketing's role. And selling focuses on the needs of the seller, marketing on the needs of the buyer. All right, so this is something about the focus of marketing. I wanted to come quickly to two cases I want to discuss. The first is, who is the boss? Who is the boss? Sorry? One who leads the organization is the boss. So that is what we normally believe, isn't it? That one who leads the organization is the boss. And here is this case, which I was reading sometime recently. I was doing a little research on this. And there was this nice example. I wanted to share it with you. Okay, who is the boss? So there is this company you would have heard, Aditya Birla Group. Yeah, Aditya Birla Group. Who is the boss? Aditya Birla is no more. Who is the boss? His son, Kumar Mangalam Birla, is the boss. Isn't it? Yeah? You all agree with me? Well, this is the mindset which they are going to confront. Okay, so who is the boss? So here is this company, Aditya Birla Group. They had a big, hairy, audacious goal. This BHAG, BHAG, it's pronounced as BHAG. B-H-A-G is pronounced as BHAG, which is a big, hairy, audacious goal. What was the goal? The goal was, they are operating in 40 plus nations. They have a revenue of 2.5 billion, operating 10 plants, 3,000 people. They're making aluminum for cans and they're making carbon black. They wanted to grow from 2 billion to 41 billion. 2 billion to 41 billion. Doesn't it look very crazy? Hello? Is it crazy? From 2 billion to, in how many years? In how many years? In 20 years. In 20 years, they want to grow from 2 billion to 41 billion, right? So this is an example of an audacious goal. And many a time in our organizations, when the bosses set these kind of goals, we look at the boss and say, are you stupid? I mean, how can you have such a target which is so very crazy? But the boss understands that you need to have audacious goals if you will have to grow faster than the rest of the industry. If we will have to be, much ahead of the rest, our goals have to be audacious, okay? So they set this goal. They had a very diverse portfolio. This company is a conglomerate. And they wanted to reinvent. They have been successful. I mean, if they have not been successful, they would not have reached 2 billion, isn't it? If a company has achieved 2 billion turnover, revenue turnover, it must mean that they have done something successful. But they realize that their success is not helping them to move to the next stage. Recently I was with a company, I will not mention the name. It's about 100 years old. 100 years old, a textile company. And somewhere in Tamil Nadu, a textile company, doing very well for people who look at it from outside. But then they believe that they are stuck in their past, that they are not able to move forward. Their success has become a burden. That you have been successful for the last 100 years has become a burden. And in the current situation where it is very competitive, for instance, if you are working in textiles, fabrics, everybody else makes a fabric. If you can invest 400 crores in an auto corner, somebody else can also invest 400 crores in an auto corner. So from a production orientation, they believe now they'll have to shift to a marketing orientation. Are you with me? Does it make sense? You would have read production orientation, product orientation, selling orientation. Have you read? In marketing, okay. So many of these companies have been in a production oriented where they believe if I can invest in an auto corner worth 400 crores, right, I can come out with great products and the market will lap it up, right? That was their belief. But now they realize if they can invest 400 crores, somebody else can also invest another 405 crore and maybe come out with a set of fabrics and yarn much better than what they can do. Are you with me? So similarly in this company, they had a production orientation. Many of the companies in this country are still in that production orientation. They believe that by setting up plants and machinery, the latest technology, you can succeed. And I have seen in many of these organizations, the focus is on TPM, TQM. You know TPM? Total productive maintenance, total quality management, which is all about taking care of your production. Recently, in one of these organizations, I was pleasantly surprised to see the first principle in a TQM board. They had a TQM board. And you know what was the first principle? Guess. What is the first principle? There's a Japanese consultant who has put it up. There is a nice board, which is there all over the factory, all over the office, right? And what do you think would be the first principle? Hello? Guess. TQM, Total Quality Management, principles. They have listed down several principles. What do you think would be the first principle? Guess. Hello? Guess. Sorry? Yeah, the first principle was customer focus. I was pleasantly surprised because all along I have seen their focus on how do I increase productivity, how do I reduce defects, how do I improve throughput and so on. I was pleasantly surprised to see the first principle as customer focus. But unfortunately, you are not able to translate that. It's nice to put it up over there, customer focus, but I am not able to translate that. That's the challenge that many organizations do have. So similarly, this company had this challenge. How do I transform myself? Okay. So I'm sharing with you the journey of what they did. See, look at this. They were selling what the factory was producing, which is what? Production orientation. We have read in our marketing text. The starting point was production orientation. I sell whatever the factory produces. So sometime in 2010, they decided that they looked at the changing dynamics and they wanted to understand their diverse customer mix. So this is what it all started, where it started. Okay. And then they also looked at themselves. They looked at themselves and recognized the concept of trusteeship in what they were doing. Before corporate social responsibility became fashionable, they were doing a lot of CSR. You look at this. You look at this. All of this they were doing. 5,000 villages, 7.5 million people, 1 million patients, 5,000 medical camps, immunization, the whole works. They were doing CSR before CSR became fashionable, before CSR became mandatory. You know CSR is mandatory. Certain percentage you will have to give to CSR. Right? Before that they were doing. So they looked at this. We are doing a lot of good things to the people, even though they are not our customers. We are doing a lot of things. So there is this concept of trusteeship which we need to expand on. So that is where they started off. And they asked themselves this question: can our legacy become virtuous? Can we use our legacy for the past so many years? Can we turn it into a virtue? Can it be a virtuous cycle rather than a vicious cycle? We are doing this for whatever we are doing. So some of the questions they asked were these. Can we turn our legacy into a consumer-facing brand? From a production orientation, can we move to a consumer-facing orientation? Can we overcome lack of external focus due to decades of success? Very interesting, isn't it? Your success is stopping you from succeeding again. What an irony. Your success is stopping you from succeeding again. right? So all of these questions came to their mind. And, the problem was turning a ship of this size. It's a huge conglomerate. 2 billion, 3 billion in revenue, you can imagine. It's a huge ship. How do I turn around this company and this complexity? And how do I, get over the inertia that was generated over many years, right? So that was the challenge that they had. And this is what they attempted to do. They did two things. One was having a top-down approach, and the other was having a bottoms-up approach. This top-end approach, if you see here, the top end started with looking at their positioning, which will drive their strategy with the senior leaders, and then coming down to functional managers and frontline employees. Simultaneously, they also looked at a bottom-up approach, right? They realized that only having a top-down approach is not going to work, and we need to have both together, okay? So this is what they did. The top-down was required because we needed to have a strategy in place. We needed to speak the same language. We need to be on the same page, everybody in the organization. So therefore, you had a top-down approach, but you also did, and you wanted an enterprise-wide cultural change. You understand what I'm saying, right? So from the top, you wanted everybody to speak the same language, everyone to be in the same page, but it is not a military organization. Do you know the difference between a military organization and a civilian organization? In the military organization, do you remember this poem from Lord Tennyson, The Charge of the Light Brigade? Yours is not to ask why, yours is to do and die. Have you read that poem while you were in school? Lord Tennyson, The Charge of the Light Brigade. So military organizations, top-down will work. But in a civilian organization, top-down will not work. So top-down is required for setting direction, for speaking the same language. Everybody speaks the same language. But then, if you need change, you need to also do a bottoms-up. So the next question to ask was, who is the boss? Who is the boss? Kumar Mangalam Birla, isn't it? Hello? I think you answered that question right in the beginning, isn't it? They wanted to turn this upside down. And they said, let's appoint the boss. And who appointed the boss? K.M. Birla himself appointed the boss. K.M. Birla himself appointed the boss. The boss appointed the boss. He said it is time to change the way we think about our customer and let us ideate, okay, so that we can add better solutions and value to the customer. So he coined the word called bosstomer. Yeah. The boss is the customer. So they coined the word, the bosstomer, and he sent out a message, a personal message to everyone in the organization. There was this dashboard that showed up where the chairman himself sent a message. The message was, dear colleague, it's time to change the way we think about our customer. Let us ideate to provide value to the customer. And I believe bosstomer is a great way to think about the customer, that he is our boss. He wanted to turn the story upside down, okay? And they opened up an idea challenge. Can employees give out ideas to promote this concept? So that was the challenge. So when they started, so this is how it was. April 2016 when they started, in 1 year they had so many new ideas, pilot projects, and so on. So this is the kind of transformation they made when they decided that we need to have the customer as the boss. So there was a paradigm shift. For the employees, there was something very tangible, and they were very particular to not call this as marketing, because marketing is a dirty word for many. The moment you say marketing, people think it's a very dirty word. So rather they said that we are looking at a customer-centric brand excellence. Okay, so that was the way they promoted this. So there's a video. Can you just click on that? Just click on the screen.
Hello, customer.
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 Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer. Hello, customer.
Hello, customer.
Boss gone hai, customer. Say hello to customer. Boss gone hai, customer. Say hello to customer. Boss gone hai, customer. Say hello to customer. तो बोलो boss कौन है? Customer.
All right. So it may appear very funny, but it is all about the mindset, right? The feeling that who is the boss, what is the purpose of our being here. We can turn this question upside down to our own situation. Let us say as a faculty, wherever I am teaching, right? We need to ask this question, who is the boss? So in a B school, who is the boss? Hello? Huh? Why are you shy of saying, yeah? Recruiter. Recruiter is the boss. Students are the boss. Are you the boss? Hello, are you hearing, sir? They're saying students are the boss. All right. So this is a very important question I want you to think about. All right. I have one more case I want to share. Next slide. Sorry, I can do that. Okay. There is this premium milk. Have you heard of premium milk? Premium milk. Hey, how much does a packet of milk cost? 20? 26 rupees for half a liter or for 1 liter? Half a liter. So 1 liter would be how much? 40 rupees, 50 rupees. Would you want to buy milk that costs 200 rupees a liter? Hello? 200 rupees a liter. No, I'm saying, would you be willing to buy milk that costs 200 rupees a liter? Yes, no? Anybody says yes, can you lift your hand? There's nobody stupid here, right? Huh? You don't want to pay anything more than 40 rupees. But this story is about a brand that sells for how much? 190 rupees per liter. All right. So this is about premium milk. Here is this brand that is there in the market called Pride of Cows. Right? Pride of Cows. That's the name of the brand. Their claim is that it's 0% fat, 100% milk. And I also read that they play music for the cows. Hello? They play music for the cows. Right? They ensure that the cow gets 2 full meals a day. It gets nicely, nice bath, and they take very good care of the cows. So that is their proposition. And they are able to sell this milk for 200 rupees a day. All right? So this is the story. This is the story of premium milk. Can you just press on that? No, the earlier one. Earlier one. Sorry. Press on the screen. Sorry. F5. Yeah, press on the screen. Yeah.
Come, discover the world of Pride of Cow's milk. Not far from Pune is a 26-acre dairy farm, nestled in quiet and beautiful Mancha. We are Pride of Cows, the most advanced dairy farm in India, equipped with the finest international technology for milking and milk processing. Our cows are a European breed of cows known for their high quality and plentiful supply of milk. They are nurtured and pampered like no other cows in the country to keep them at peak health for the production of rich, wholesome milk. Each day, our cows are fed on a planned and balanced diet. This total meal ration ensures a perfect balance of natural, freshly grown feed, minerals and vitamins. So what you get is nutrient-rich milk. The milk from each cow is also analyzed to strict quality standards before the milking process begins. From hygienic milking practices untouched by human hand to direct bottling, the process is entirely mechanized and in conformity with the best dairy practices in the world, ensuring the Pride of Cow's milk retains its freshness and nutrition. The milk is instantly pasteurized, chilled, and packed in beautiful barrier-proof bottles and sent to you in a matter of hours. The milk is kept chilled at 4 degrees centigrade throughout the cold supply chain in its journey from our farm to your home. Pride of Cow's milk is delivered to your doorstep within hours of milking, so you can enjoy the fresh taste and complete nutrition of farm-to-home milk. Pride of Cows, fresh and nourishing farm-to-home milk.
All right. So this is at 190 rupee per liter milk. Would you be willing to buy? No. There is a market for this. Now the question is, who will buy? Sorry? Health oriented. Are there competitors for this brand? There is one who was wanting to get into this. That's how I got to know. And they looked at the market. That is when I got to know that there was a premium milk market in this country. In Bombay, they are selling in tons. The company's name is Parag Foods. Parag, P-A-R-A-G. So there was another agriculture-based company which wanted to launch a competitive product. Okay? And they did this project to ask who will buy this. So who will buy this? So you said that health-oriented people will buy. Anybody else will buy? Sorry? Sorry? High net worth individuals. So would all high net worth individuals buy? So these were the questions that they had. Okay, I'm not going to tell you the name of the company. I cannot tell you that. But I will tell you what we did. So we looked at the market and identified a bunch of people who would be willing to pay this price. But we discovered that not all of them have the same propensity to pay, right? That there were differences within the groups, so therefore we classified them into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kinds of customers. Okay, we classified them into five groups of customers. What do we call that? In marketing, we call that as segments. Okay, segmentation. So this is what we did. We did a survey, we did a primary survey. First we did a focus group discussions with about 40 sample, and we discovered some commonalities. Based on the commonalities, we did a survey with 300 respondents, right? And we discovered that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. And each group we gave a name. Each group we gave a name. The first group we called it health conscious. The beauty with this health conscious is that they are a small group, very small group, whose willingness to pay is very high. The WTP is very high. The willingness to pay is very high. Okay, the health consciousness, if they have, their WTP is high. Where do they go? Where can I see them? They are the ones who mostly go to the gym. I can easily identify. The ones who are going to the gym are the ones who are highly health conscious. And therefore, I can easily access them. Because I just go to the gym. Like near my home, there is an SMJ supermarket, and they've started a gym. And every day you can see vehicles and bikes, some high-end cars coming there. So you know that these are these people who are very health conscious. Okay? So I can access them. Can I target them? Yes. Are they different from other groups? There is no major similarity, which means that they are very different from the other segments. Now there is another group we identified called the hesitant. They believe that they need to be health conscious, but still they are not as health conscious as the gym goers. I mean, you ask anybody in this world, who doesn't want to be healthy? Everybody in this world wants to be healthy, isn't it? But they are not as sure about being healthy as compared to the health conscious. So this is a large size, significant size. Their willingness to pay is lower than that of the health conscious. They are not willing to pay a very high price. Now, can I easily measure them, find out who they are? There is a problem. I am not able to measure. I am not able to identify. Right? They are accessible. They are tough to target. They are tough to target because there is no clear, unique selling proposition. Right? That's the problem with this group. And they are similar to this know-it-all group. This hesitant group and this know-it-all group are very, very similar. Okay? So that is where the problem is. Now, if you look at the know-it-all are the guys who say, I know everything. You tell them about some food, this is healthy, not healthy. They will tell you, I know everything. I know what is healthy, what is not healthy, when I should have food, what kind of exercise. They are the know-it-alls. Who are they? Now, the size is large. They have a high WTP. Right? It is not as large as this, but it's decently sized. They are highly educated and high-ranked professionals like managers, managing directors, professors, and so on. Right? I can easily, therefore, identify them. I can target them. There's another group called explorers, and there is another group called keep it originals. So the point here is, not every customer is your customer. And finally, they decided to keep at this as their target group, the know-it-all. Okay, so you have all kinds of customers, but not all customers are your customers, right? And there is a market for premium milk, and that is what they realized. And they came out with, the next step is to have a very clear persona, right? Who is the customer, like what kind of age, where are they located, what is their family size, what level are they in management, are they in mid-management, okay? So for them, you see, they are the gym goers. What are their concerns? So if you see their concerns, the maximum concern, highest motivation is about having a healthy lifestyle. The second is about convenience. And look at their concerns. Because milk gets tampered. This pouched milk gets tampered. So that is one of their concerns, adulteration. Right? We have listed down their concerns, their preferences, the segment description, and what is the size. You saw this? What is the size of the segment? Where can I reach them? They are available on Facebook and digital and so on. Right? Similarly, we looked at the know-it-alls and came out with this age description, some statements, their concerns, and so on. So this is how you decide to focus on one particular customer group, because not every customer is your customer. Okay? Similarly, I had this was taken from a public source, which is about OnePlus. You know OnePlus? The OnePlus mobile, right? And they looked at the market, for the same smartphone, there are different kinds of customers. So they named this group as the tech enthusiast, design enthusiast, business professional, teenager, baby boomer. And if you see, for the same smartphone, the differences are very, very clear. The differences in terms of, demographics, motivations, and so on. Right? If you have any questions on this, you want to study this slide for a little while longer, you are welcome, because that's the last slide. If you have any questions. So the point I'm making is that not everybody is your customer, right? It's a very difficult task to identify who your customer is. And once you know who your customer is, you need to stay focused on the customer, right? So that is where I'm going to end. And if you have any questions, I will download the answers. Yes. Thank you. I'm done. Sorry? The first proposition? Can you use the mic or something?
Which have shown the milk which is 40 rupees, that video. The second one which has been, except the freshness and hygiene, is there any other distinguishing factor that makes the cost of rupees 190? Because like it's not human touched, rest of the portion, is there any specific value proposition that makes the product so good?
They address all those concerns. One of the concerns they saw was that the pouches are getting adulterated. You know what I mean? You have the milk pouch, and then people are using syringes
Injection.
and taking it out and filling it up with whatever they want. So that is one concern. There are many concerns that people have, right? Their concern, one concern is about what are you feeding the cow?
Okay.
What are you feeding the cow? Are you feeding organic stuff? Are you feeding them waste stuff? Are you feeding them vegetarian? So look at their proposition. They are saying that we give the cows a well-balanced diet. Where have you heard well-balanced diet?
For humans.
Sorry?
For humans generally.
For human beings. Okay, so they are saying for a cow, we are offering the cow a well-balanced diet, which means what? That I am making the cow suitable for human consumption. Today we have lost track. Recently, I have a helper at my home who has a few cows. And one day she brought a little milk for us from our home. And after consuming it, we have decided that we are not going to get packet milk. There is a lot of difference between the packet milk and the pouch milk and this fresh milk that every day morning she milks and brings us home. But the challenge is there, we still do not know what she is feeding, how she is taking care of the cows. Are you with me? So if somebody can take that challenge and assure customers that I'm not going to touch it by hand, right? And it is about being fresh. They're saying within 4 hours I am able to give it to you. I'm maintaining it at 4-degree temperature. So there's a market for this. Believe me, there's a market for this. Customers are willing to pay 200 rupees for this liter of milk. There's a huge market for this in this country. I'm not saying everybody else will buy, but there is a group of customers who are willing to buy. Yeah.
And second question is to the first model.
Right.
The second one, there is no inclusivity of being someone worked so that they are also part of the stakeholder.
Right.
Is it an advantage or is it a disadvantage?
No, it is a market. It's a customer need. So you have in the other model where like this lady who is at our home. Otherwise, what would she do? If she doesn't supply milk to me, she would supply it to Arvind. She would supply it to the Cooperative Federation, right? But in this process, what is happening? I mean, you know what is happening, right? You have milk from different quality getting mixed, and it is getting processed. When it is getting processed, there is a heat element involved. So that's the point that they're making. They're saying that we are constantly keeping a temperature of 4 degrees. Why? Because they know when you process, the heat itself destroys the nutrients. So you see the kind of the reasoning that goes into every step of what they are doing. And they have discovered, it is that they have discovered by intense market research that there is a market for this, that there is a customer willing. Customer is number one, wanting a product like that, and number two, he is willing to pay a price for that. And let me tell you, the one who did all this research is a nationally known company. It's a large corporate who was looking at getting into milk. They never produced milk. They were producing fertilizers and things like that. Okay, so they wanted to get into milk, looking at this as an opportunity. So there is an opportunity. I am not saying that we need to stop that first model. Okay, the first model has helped this country achieve production of milk. Okay, you look at the Gujarat model and so on, right? The Amul model. So I'm not decrying that. The point I was trying to make is that not everybody is your customer. And you need to be very clear who your customer is, and that's not a very easy thing to do. There's a lot of struggle that goes with it. You need to do a lot of research before you decide who your customer is. And once you decide, you need to stay put there. That was my intent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Is there any other question? If there's no question, it means you have not understood. Hello? Who? Who do we mean as baby boomer? Baby boomers was the name given to post-World War, the Second World War, because during the World War in the US, they have this compulsory military service. So for about 10 years, all these men were in the army. So there were no babies produced. Okay, so when they all came back after the war, it was the boom time for babies. So they are called baby boomers. That term doesn't necessarily apply to India. In the US, it's called baby boomers, who were born post-Second World War. All right? So I think here you are called millennials, Gen Next. Gen Next, okay. All right. Any other question? Hey, those in the last row, you are all happily sleeping. Isn't it? At least one question to prove me wrong. Hello? You don't want to prove me wrong? Then I'm right, you were sleeping. They were all sleeping, is it? Last row? Last benches don't. Okay. They must be on their mobiles. All right. So I'm done. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Gratitude is art of our culture. First of all, I would like to thank our chairman, Sri S.P. Selvaraj, and our respected CEO, Dr. S.P.S. Aruldas, for engaging us with various subject matters experts to hone our skills in various fields. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our chief guest, Sri Sridhar Ramanujam, who delivered on the topic, Talking Marketing, Talking Consumer, Mr. Selva Sundaram, who addressed on the topic, Digital Transformation in Marketing, Mr. Adarsh Chandranigam, who delivered on the topic, Networking and Professional Growth, Dr. Suresh Paul Antony, addressed on the topic of Who is the Customer. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank faculty and students of various colleges, Sastra College Kumbakonam, Kundavenachiyar College Tanjavur, MAM College Tiruchi, AVV Puspam College Tanjavur, MAM Business School, AVC College of Engineering. Thank you for all valuable presence and learning spirit. I would like to thank our faculty coordinator, Dr. R.V. Suresh, for talking shop on Marketing Conclave 2024, and other faculty members of GSB for presenting this event in systematic and cogent manner. I must present my sincere thanks to all members from press and media, and I also present my valuable thanks to administrative, domestic and technical support staffs. I extend my warm thanks to Emporia, Marketing Club, student office bearers, event management team and other student volunteers. Finally, I thank to Praglas and Demings of GSP for their active listening and learning. Thank you one and all.